Hey, party people. How's everybody doing tonight? How is this Sagittarius new moon treating you all? What is the vibe, guys? We're going to go ahead and get this show on the road firstly. Let's start there. How about that? I see the list is already closed. Dang. Let's get into it, guys. Right, guys.
At herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
Hey, party people. What's happening? We've had to switch up the game to Saturday night this week. It has been a busy ass week. I don't know about y'all, but it's been showing up and I've been having to juggle. The demon time's been a lot this week as well. It's been intense. I don't know if you guys have had any insecurities triggered during this week, but it's been interesting. It's been an interesting week, y'all. Okay, who have we got on the list? Okay, we're starting with Shruti. We've got Gypsy, Smaradina. We've got Angelic, Mina, KT, Booby, Miss Yaz, Pink 123, Green, Shaylee. Dang. We are doing bits tonight. I love that. Shruti, are you here indeed? In the words of Mina, is you here? Because we're about to sort of go and dive in. I'm like getting the cards nice and ready for us to chop it up. Hey, Ash. How's it going? Oh, thank you. Thank you, beautiful. Honestly, demon time was real for me yesterday, coming down from the work week. Right, demon time was real. I actually it was so funny because in the end there was like a spot that popped out like right on my forehead. I'm like, damn, my vibration really got low. But it was fun. Me and the guys had a good laugh at my like unraveling. They actually found it hilarious. I think that helped me to come down from the space a little bit as well. So yesterday was definitely not it, but I is good and ready for y'all today. How is everybody doing? Right. Do we have Shruti in the room? Shruti, are you here? If not, we're gonna have to go on to. I'm getting better, Gypsy. I'm getting better. Today's a much better day than it was yesterday. My vibrations were like steady declining. Over the course, like my ego was pushing something. It was like probably pushing something from a place of fear, I guess. It was good instincts. It's good instincts as far as like wanting to preempt for like what's about to come. But at the same time, it was overdoing it and it was doing too much. And God, thank you. Thank you. Do you know what? It was funny because I felt like, okay, my demon's out here, unraveling itself. Okay. Let me dress up. Let me get cute for her so she can feel a little bit better about our situations. Okay. So yeah, I'm making it a little bit of an extra effort. I felt like, sometimes when there's low vibrating thoughts, like that's the thing. Whenever I'm sort of like navigating through stuff, I'm always kind of like open to learning as well and seeing what's out there. But I learned a lot. I'm doing good. I'm doing great, beautiful. Okay, so Yeah, that part, right? Gots to. Okay, life is lifing at the minute. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. We'll see how long that love lasts for. We've got the Sagittarius new moon kind of like, shifting some gears with certain philosophies. So it was interesting to kind of like see what my fear-based philosophy is like around my full disclosure, guys, right? I kept like I have my day job, and I kept trying to kind of like shift that situation into something that felt a little bit more safe. That was what my ego was kind of like flaring up this week. But God was like, no, this is the focus. Like, this is the career. I need you to do certain things here. We've got like, me and God, we've got some plans for 2023 and beyond. So it was like, you ain't gonna mess up our plans. We got stuff to do. And I was like, yeah, but, so my ego was a little bit rife. And then God put us in our place, basically. God let it be known that ultimately his plan is the best plan. And my ego had to humble. So now we're in new perspectives, okay? So we've already had an upgrade for this Sagittarius new moon. Let me know what philosophies of you guys are kind of like, shifting. Let's do that. Have you popped your stuff? Okay, thank you, Gypsy, because I don't think Shruti's here, so we're going to go on to you. Oh, put a heart. Hi, Rachel. I think the list is closed, if I'm honest, my love. Oh, thank you, Mina. Thank you. I appreciate that. Honestly, but the little community here definitely kind of like keeps me on track and keep me focused because my ego's flaky. Okay, Pisces. So, S's current feeling towards Gypsy. Come on, guys. We want to get an understanding of what's going on there. Okay, what's S's current feelings towards Gypsy? First thing that I'm kind of like seeing on it's funny because it came out again. It came out again. Okay, so I'll unpack it. Let me see new comments. Let's see. So we've got the King of Pentacles, but it was kind of like it was interesting because when I parted the deck, that was the card that actually like revealed itself. So I was going to be speaking from that place anyways, and it actually came back out anyways in the situation. So you guys are kind of like navigating through a path of I guess feelings towards you is that you may have some controlling tendencies. Okay, so what that means is that they're not able to have their own way, because that's what usually happens when people feel like the energy of somebody else's need to be able to kind of like live within these boundaries that are safe for them, right? But he kind of feels like it's probably not necessarily like an environment that he would be able to how can I put it, that he'd be able to kind of like really be himself. So I guess his feelings in the space towards you is that it's not necessarily a come as you are situation, because there's so many things that are like out of alignment with some of the things that I guess you require. So their feelings towards you on the situation is that they need to actually sort of like get themselves together and in a good place if they're actually even going to kind of like approach you in any sort of way. They're kind of navigating through the process of that. They're feeling a little bit stuck, not necessarily knowing like exactly what to do with the situation, how to kind of like go through some of this work that needs to be done. There's a whole bunch of assignments that one can clearly see needs to actually be done. But again, I don't know if he's at a place where he wants to work on those things just yet as well. And I think that that's why he's feeling a little bit stuck. Because one, even if he does want to start working on those things, how does he? I think like that's the question that he's kind of like pondering, like, how do I even like fix this shit, to be fair? Like, I don't even know where to start. But there's a I kind of want to. I kind of want to, like, you're worth it type thing. I kind of want to, but he's kind of like navigating through feelings of unworthiness. That's the best way that I can put it. Unworthiness. Like, there's these precedents that you have set in terms of engagements with you, right? On a romantic level and stuff. And I think that they are at a place where they feel like they're not able to meet those criterias. So the president, the bar set a little bit high, I guess, in terms of how they see themselves in the dynamic, but they're still just trying to figure out how they can actually sort of like how they can fit that criteria. So they're kind of like hesitant, I guess. They're kind of like pondering back and forth, and they're not necessarily clear in their communication, I guess, because of that. They're kind of like hot and cold for the most part. It kind of feels a little bit kind of like they're hot and cold. But I guess he's just figuring it out. I guess and you're not controlling. It's just that it's new territory. Let me just put this across to you as well, my love. It's just that it's new territory for them to be able to navigate through, because they kind of are used to doing things in a certain way. They have a certain pattern of how they kind of do things. So being in a space where it's like if they're going to come forward, they have to actually like there's a standard that they have to meet to be able to kind of like really even have any open doors. So yeah, I guess they're kind of feeling a little bit stuck about how to navigate through this authoritative experience that they're having with you, because I guess it's kind of like their struggle, I guess, as well with authority, if you will. Struggle with being told, struggle with accountability, their ability to be able to take credit and sort of like change and do the necessary things that has to be done to be able to evolve. I'll say this much: they want it as far as like the evolving, however, they just don't know how just yet. So they feel a little bit stuck. They feel like it could be a good partnership. They're just a little bit like, I'm anxious as to whether or not I'm worthy. It's a lot of self-worth stuff that's navigating there when it comes to you with the situation. But I'll say this much to you: it doesn't mean that you should lower your standards by any means. It's just that people are going to have to learn how to, elevate a little bit. And that's the great thing about being in a situation where they're challenged by you, even coming into sharing space with you. So yeah. Any advice? Any advice? Okay, thank y'all. Thank you. Okay, it's up to you. It's up to you, is what the guys are saying when it comes to that situation. It is up to you. And I get that sense as well, because there's like an eagerness. That's what's up. That's what's up. There's an eagerness. It really is up to you. Like with the situation, I do believe that you have the choice. What I will say is that be mindful, and there's like lots of like angelic guidance that's kind of like flowing over on this side, even as I say this, right? So this is a good insight for you. It is up to you when it comes to this dynamic, because of their eagerness. It does put you in a position as to whether or not you do want to sort of like engage. Proceed with caution is what I'm hearing. Proceed with caution, just because, like I said, they're not necessarily up to meeting those expectations just yet. Okay. I guess one of the things as well that is kind of like happening is that they're trying to kind of like figure out how to be able to kind of like get around some of the things, like what your compromisables are, is what they're kind of like figuring out. So tread carefully with the situation. Okay. Tread carefully, because they're not there. They're like here, but okay, this is the precedent. They're like here, but they're gonna try and like figure out ways to be able to make it appear like they're kind of here, but really they're here. I hope that makes sense to you, because it has to. Yeah. But it is up to you. It is up to you, and I love that energy. Keep that same energy, girl. That's what's up. Right. I hope that was useful for you, my love. Yeah, there's definitely some stuff going on there, but I think I do think that there's like a desire to almost meet those expectations. Do you know what I mean? It's like a challenge. It's like a temptation, if you will. I dare you, almost, you know? All good, all good. Okay. Oh, Smeradina, we've got it. This is what I'm talking about, y'all. Okay, we're diving right in. My question is, what will happen between me and Billy in the next few weeks? Bixby, we spoke about this. See, the guides, initially I left my phone in the kitchen, y'all, because the guides were like, we don't need no distraction from Bixby tonight. But I guess I didn't get the memo because I went and got the phone anyways. Attachments, right? Anywho, Smeradina, let's kind of play this out. So I'm gonna I'm being drawn to the romance deck. So I'm gonna do that first, and we're gonna sort of like clarify some stuff with the tarot and see what's going on for y'all. Okay, we want to know for Smeradina. What do you see going on between them and Billy in the next few weeks? Okay, a lot of internalizing. Okay. Show me, y'all. What do y'all see going on between them in the next few weeks? Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, sorry. I'm like, hey, Shaylee. Hey, P. Hello. Okay. Interesting, Smeradina. You guys are kind of like at a crossroads as to like whether or not you guys really want to be able to like give the relationship dynamic a full shot. That's the way they're kind of like showing it. It's kind of like figuring out how to be able to sort of prioritize, and it is a bit of a waiting game. So it's interesting. It's almost like I started off by saying that there's like a lot of internalizing. What I meant when I said that is like there's a lot of things that are kind of like it's not being said, it's unspoken words, it's all in like the body language and the energy and the sort of like interaction that is non-verbal communication, right? And it's like, you guys, it's so funny, right? Oh, sorry, I'm like getting all the like goodness of it. So it's like you guys feel like so much more for each other. Like there's all the sorry, I'm like getting all these cute feelings. Okay. Yeah, definitely stalking. Definitely stalking. Yeah. There's like these cute feelings that aren't necessarily being spoken about. And I mean, like, really, I keep calling it cute because it feels like, I tell you, it feels like, I want to say in that like teenage category. So they still have some maturing to do in terms of like their ability to love. So that does mean that they're like probably between 17 and 19 in terms of their emotional love age. Because that's how I'm like feeling this experience that they're sort of like having with you, right? And it's not necessarily a bad thing. It just means that there's some adulting that has to actually occur from there, right? Because then life actually has to like happen. You know how it is when you love when you're younger, it's not very structured or organized. And then that affects and impacts your ability to actually like, you know, your capacity for love later on in life. So what I'm seeing, what are we doing like the fake stuff? Oh, are we doing that again tonight? Do we have those trolls again tonight? That can't be a thing. Come on. Are we really doing that? I'm sorry, guys. I'm like so sidetracked because I'm seeing what's going on in the chat and I'm seeing that we've got. Right, Mina? Like, seriously, can you just leave our space alone? Dang. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna think. Shaylee, Shaylee, you know we're traumatized. We're so traumatized. It was like, not y'all again. Y'all are back. Yeah. Okay, that's what's up. Okay, that makes sense, Maradina. That makes sense. I think that their viewpoint on you does have to be able to. Yeah, we've had some trolls. We've had some trolls. That, that was cute. We are traumatized though. If you see how everybody was like, no. That wasn't fun last time, y'all. But yeah, thankfully we're having just a little bit of like, sprinkling of some gratitude that that's not the space and just having our own little fun. So that's cool. But no, with the situation, Smaradina, they definitely like have an attraction to you, right? There's definitely some cute feelings in there. For sure, some cute feelings. Like it was proper like, yeah, and these feelings have been there for a while because I want to say that it's funny because you said that you guys have known each other since high school, around about that phase as well. So yeah, it does feel good. I'm glad that we could bring a smile, man. That's what's up. That's definitely what's up. We love that. But yeah, I think that they've kind of like low-key had feelings like since then. I don't know if they know how to process these feelings because it's like it's so much. That's why I said it's cute feelings, right? Because it's unrealistic feelings. And when I say unrealistic, it's so let me put it into context. What do I mean by that? So what I mean is like, the reality of being able to act on these feelings and actually have things play out is still like this fuzzy love. It's not like concrete. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not like, okay, like I'm going to be able to like delegate and navigate and actually like navigate my way through this type thing. It's more kind of like from a distance, right? It's like from a distance. That's why I say it's cute love. Okay. But yeah, there's like some more of that kind of going on. I think that they're kind of like really pondering whether or not to come forward, whether or not like there's room for that kind of situation. They're questioning like, how do you feel with the situation? Where's your head at with it? Yeah, they're just unsure. They definitely got some feels though. That's cute. All right, guys, come on, clarify. How that play out? Okay, y'all, come on. Sorry, I'm gonna get that, y'all. All right. Okay. Shocker. Kind of like I said it would. Yeah. It's still restricted, no movement forward, just pondering on it. It's a sort of like, oh, like this is worth waiting for. But it's like, when is the wait going to actually be over? Do you know what I mean? Like that's kind of the situation. When's the wait gonna be over? Um, yeah. They're not necessarily acting on anything. They're just kind of feeling all these feels, okay, and pondering on whether or not it's worth giving the relationship, like in a romantic context, a chance. Yeah. Oh, this is all to do, like, this is what I was speaking about, like that love, like that high school love situation, like actually growing up. Because that was cute when like high school was like the experience, right? But it's different times. Yeah, yeah. Still some maturing to do, unfortunately. Still some maturing to do. I think it's one of those things where, with them, with the situation, there's like way too many questions on the situation, like way too many questions. Would it kind of like affect you guys' ability to be able to interact? Would you think he would? Like, there's just so many questions, I guess, that they're still kind of like navigating through the situation. What's the advice for Smeridina navigating through this? Yeah, thank y'all. Okay, it's the whole thing. Okay. Interesting. Let's see. Oh, sorry, love. There's just like a lot of internalized sort of energy here. That's why I'm like, oh, because it means that there's like a lot of stuff that's going to be like a lot of inner dialogue that's going to be taking place. So a lot of this stuff isn't necessarily going to be happening externally with the situation. I think what they're saying is that over the course of the next few weeks, you just have to kind of like make peace with the situation. Remain positive on it. It is a yes, I guess, just in a perfect timing type situation, I guess. They're still kind of finding the courage. Let me actually make sure that I pin your question. Just so there we go. All right. So with Billy, sorry, I'm like getting a whole bunch of pop-ups for some reason. With Billy, there's still some growing, there's still some maturing that has to be done. And I guess they're still pondering on when to make the first move. So you just kind of have to make peace with the fact that the situation isn't necessarily happening on your timing per se. In an ideal world, obviously things will be moving forward a lot quicker, but Billy is still figuring out Billy at the minute. Yeah, Billy's still figuring out Billy at the minute. I don't know that Billy is even at a place where he can act on these feelings. I don't know if Billy's on a place where he can act on those feelings. There's so many conflicting like thoughts there that I don't know that his little cute feelings is enough to be able to like motivate him to drive forward like past like just like this cowardly presence because that's what it is, right? He needs the spirit of courage to be able to kind of like push past the spirit of cowardliness. But yeah, still no movement. It's still a waiting game on the situation. Still some maturing needs to be done on his part. Okay. So yeah. I guess it's just one of those things, unfortunately. The advice for you is that it's a perfect timing situation, to be fair, which means that there's a lot of other factors that has to align. It's not necessarily going to happen on your timeline, but we're learning a lot about that during this Mars retrograde, right? Oh, who's been feeling some of that Jupiter direct energy as well? Can somebody let me know? Because I'm like, oh, okay. So Jupiter is in my ninth house. So I'm intrigued to see who's going to be coming in during this season now that it's gone back direct. I do know that I'm going to, like I said, me and God's got some plans for like future, but we're definitely going to be doing some stuff. Nika. I'm sorry, my love. The list got closed, Nika. The list got closed. We may have some room, but you'll have to stick around. Oh, thank you, beautiful. Thank you. Angelic, let's go on to Angelic's question. Yeah, you can stick around if you want at the end. Shruti wasn't here, so I guess we can sort of, and you'll be surprised who actually is here when the list starts to unravel. So if you stick around, you might be able to kind of like get into a queue. Who knows? Pray on it. God might be able to answer that for you. Stick around though, if you feel like it. Oh, Venus in Sagittarius. Yeah. It was so funny because I was like talking to like my family back home in Jamaica earlier today, and they were like, "Oh, and this one's full of bad attitude." I'm like, "No, she's just direct. She's Sagittarius. It's just the way that she communicates. She doesn't have time to go around to get to the same sort of like, you know, it's like figuring out how to navigate through it, right? But that is intense. Venus in Sagittarius. Okay, we're gonna go to Angelic's question. Okay, lovely. It's up on the screen. See, the guides are moving subconsciously before I didn't even realize. Oh yeah, we're organized over here, Nika. We've had to be. Okay, the list was closed before I even started live. Okay, because it just gets a little bit yeah, it gets a little bit hectic. I appreciate like directness as well, because I tend to be direct as well, right? But I feel like people that don't necessarily appreciate that type of communication, they themselves are probably like more indirect in terms of their communication. Do you know what I mean? It's like they're beating you with their eyes. You know what I mean? They're beating, but they're saying like nice things. Those types of people, I'm shooketh of those types of people. I can't lie, I'm shooketh, because your energy is going to be like messing me and you up on the inside, right? Because you're going to be attacking me like spiritually, right? And you're going to be like smiling in my face. No, that's why I appreciate direct energy. Yeah, yeah, that's why, because you don't have to ponder about like what their demon's gonna be like, you know, feeding them thoughts on like those low vibrating thoughts later. It's just one of those things. People just speak their minds, speak their piece. Do you know what I mean? It just keeps things like real and authentic. But yeah, yeah. No, see, I'm that person, right? I'm that person when the demon enters the room. I'm like, why are you doing that? What's that about? Do you want to talk about it? Did I do something? No, tell me what I did. I want to learn. Tell me. So, yeah, it's one of those types of situations. But, Angelic, we're going to go and dive into your question, right? Okay. Angelic love. Oh, Joanna and V, if they're still together, from what I remember last time, they were like trying to figure out like how to make things work. Yeah. To answer your question, firstly, they are still together, but we're gonna dive into like what the space is like for them presently at the minute. Right. Okay, y'all. Joanna and V, how's their situation going at the minute? Give us some insight. Let's see. Okay. Thank you. Oh. Okay. Okay. Sorry. I can't help it. Oh, I can't help it. Yeah, no. So what's going on in their space? Like, we spoke about this before. They're actually trying. They're trying to kind of like give things a go, but it's so funny because like both of them are overly emotional, so it's actually like low-key feeling helpless. And like, I don't know why I'm laughing about that. It's just that because I'm seeing it from an outside perspective, like both of them are actually like trying, right? They're trying to make this thing work, but it's just not working. The math isn't mathing, right? And I think that they're doing too much, and it's almost like the more they try to do this to kind of like hang on to each other or clutch at the universe gives them more sort of like this experience of a like collision, and then it's like again creating more distance. So there's like they're navigating through some eruptions. I'll say that, safe to say that, because both of them are navigating through some hurt feelings with situations, right? And they're trying for the most part, you know, they're trying to kind of like maintain the friendship, and like really just make sure like the friendship can actually even be salvaged from the situation at the minute, right? But yeah. It's still a little bit it's still a little bit tormenting. Just all the things about the situation. Like there's a lot interesting. Both Scorpio. Yeah, there's a lot of like, whoa, they're both bitter towards each other. That's the tea, y'all. They're both like Loki so bitter towards each other. Like there's love there, right? And I want to call it love, but it feels more like convenience, if I'm honest. I want to call it love because that's their perception of it, but me reading into it, it's like this thing, these feelings that have grown from this desire to be sort of like needed. So it's more a thing of convenience, to be honest. I think this is why the universe has them colliding in the way that they're colliding, because it's not actually aligned to the things that they truly want for themselves, either of them. I think that oh, there's a little bit of distortion going on here in terms of their dynamic. Yeah, there's a little bit of distortion that's going on in this dynamic. There's like, so the guy is healing a maternal wound that happened for him around about the age of like 3 or 4, being in this dynamic with this person. So that's kind of like why they're kind of like navigating through some of the things that they're navigating through at the minute, right? The girl, serious abandonment issues. Serious abandonment issues. Yeah, the universe just has them colliding. Their wounds, their wounds are just kind of like it's continuing to flare up, just being in the space with each other. Yeah. Safe to say they're both sick, basically. Yes, yes, yes. Sorry. Oh, yes, Sariona, we are. We are. We had to go live today. Sorry, do you know what? I didn't actually like do I didn't put a community chat out there, a community post. My bad. It's been a hectic week, even trying to juggle. But yeah, I am. I'll be live again next week. Fingers crossed. I know how it is, but I intend to be live again next week. We should be good for next week. That's not anything for you to get excited about, Bixby. That doesn't mean that you're invited to next week's celebration as well, Bixby. This is what I'm saying. Like Bixby's just out here, like, you know. But going back to the situation, because they were listen, angelic. They gave me they gave me like they unlocked their files and gave me all the tea of what was going on there. So as far as what's going on, they're both sick, my love. Okay, he's healing some maternal wounds from like 3 to 4 years old. This demon that he's in relationship with through her is from his trauma that happened between the age of 3 or 4. Well, 3 to 4. I can't say just 3 or 4. It was a journey that happened between 3 and 4 that he's kind of navigating through in her situation to hold on and cling to this out of fear of abandonment. Shit is messy. It's messy. But I was about to say what's the guidance, but it ain't even our situation. So snap. There ain't no guidance for it. They're both sick in different places, in different ways. And yeah, they're navigating through it, but it is honestly hopeless. It really is. Because like I said, what I see in the file, what I see like the universe even like giving me the opportunity to see into that file that way, right? It's not even love. Like it's not even actually like love. And when I say love, okay, so it's more attachment. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you. It's more attachment that's kind of like cultivated this space, and it's like on a healthy attachments at that. Both have anxious attachment style when it comes to like attaching. They move quickly, which means that they also can kind of like create distance quickly as well. So their self-sabotage personality all of a sudden they can trip and tumble over that shit in like 5 days into meeting someone. It's that like chaotic in terms of their ability to kind of like attach and engage and interact, but they sick. Okay, and I'm going to dial back and get myself out of that space. I appreciate being able to like fully be into the file and everything, but there's too much in there. But I guess they're figuring it out. I'm gonna end on that. They're figuring it out. I don't know how they're gonna figure it out because they're both experiencing serious distortions because of the things that they're both choosing not to acknowledge. Like he's not choosing to acknowledge the trauma of this journey that happened between the age of 3 to 4. Something happened with mom that created distrust for him, right? And he's like learning how to build trust back from that place. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say last. Okay. I wouldn't say it will last. I will say that they're going to be there for as long as it's going to take for both of them to learn these lessons, because I think that this is more of a class that they're sitting, which is why there's a distortion experience that's happening. Like when it's like when it has the ability or capacity to be able to last, there's a lot less distortions. Do you see what I'm saying? Or even if there's like even if there's okay, so even if you kind of like matched with someone when you were vibrating very low, right? As you elevate your vibration, they are inclined to elevate their vibration as well. And things like become clearer. You both start to become more authentic. So that's what allows for a relationship to last. Authenticity, like sidebar, that's actually like code. Like that's what it takes for relationships to last. Authenticity, because when you're inauthentic, if you're holding pieces of yourself back or pieces of yourself that you're not too sure about, all of these things, then yeah, he is stuck with it. Yes. What? See, this is something that's because she broke him at 3 or 4. When I say she broke him, she broke his heart. There's something that happened around about the age between 3 to 4 where he still hasn't even processed that just yet. And because of that trauma, he continues to attract, even if females come into his experience that may be likely to be able to kind of like how can I put it? They're likely to be able to grow with him because this wound is subconscious, because he's not actually processing anything to do with it. It's not a conscious thing. So he keeps attracting these types of experiences to be able to like work through and navigate. But I guess, yeah. How old is V? How old is V? Give me that insight, because he seems to be on a, yeah. Let's get that insight, because I'm getting 27. That's what I wanted to know. 27. Okay. There's a journey that I guess they're on at the minute, and they don't awaken to this wound or trauma until 27. 28, they actually start to work on some of those things, but for now, it's all subconscious. It's all a subconscious experience, and it's creating a lot of distortions in the way that they're able to kind of like attach and interact romantically. This is why it's important for us to like clean up our shit, guys, Seriously. Seriously. I mean that. Otherwise, we like experience some of the stuff that like Joanna and V are experiencing. And I'm speaking like in the process of having to clean up my baggage, because trust me, like life for me has been interesting. Nuh-uh. Not bad. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. One can only pray and hope that by the time they get to that place, so men, they tend to be a little bit slower in the awakening process per se. Women as well, it depends on where we are within our masculine energy to be able to kind of like allow for certain because we have like several awakenings throughout. Do you know what I mean? The shit just keeps happening. Literally, I was so like tempted to have a conversation with my 7-year-old nephew last weekend whilst I was with him to say like, you do realize that you now have the spiritual responsibility of your karma. But I feel like it was too much. But these are the things that we need to be doing. We need to be having these types of conversations. So he's about to go through this is the stuff, because he has that trust issue demon. Okay, because he's got, so when I say the demon, it's like they're these like parasites, the demon's feeding off his trauma there, right? But 25, there's an awakening that happens for the divine masculine, that happens for the divine feminine around about 22. So we're like 3 years ahead in that context for that, like, you know, dynamic and stuff. But yeah, 25, there's an awakening. So demon time gets real. Because this is the stuff they don't say. Okay, but demon time definitely gets real, because when you're awakening, okay, you also are aware of the reality that exists, and the reality is they're there. Okay, so, but anywho, I hope that was useful for you, my love. I like dived into that for like so long, but yeah, what I'd say to be able to definitely continue to work on those abandonment issues. Like sometimes it's so funny, because sometimes even when people like leave my life and stuff, like if it's an abrupt, like for instance, I think there was, I don't remember what retrograde actually like took someone out of my life, right? And it was abrupt, and it was funny because in like the collective hard drive, so I could hear them in my subconscious having certain conversations with God, right? In the collective hard drive, in the like deep into my subconscious. And I remember asking God, like, should I say something? Like, should I act on this? And God's like, no, I'm just like letting you in on this insight so you know where their heart is at with the situation. Their heart's aching. There's like all of these things that they're kind of like navigating through. And I was convicted for a wrong crime. I was convicted of like abandoning this person, which I didn't. I neglected them. That was my real crime. I did neglect them. I will account for that. And that was because I was like, you know, juggling everything, right? And I could feel like my abandonment like wound started to flare up, and I kept saying to me, oh, like she abandoned me because she thought that I was abandoning her, and now it's like flared up my abandonment wound. But like you actually have to navigate through these things. So when you like find situations, like you have to learn how to get comfortable with people leaving you, because the reality is we exist in each other's lives in reasons, seasons, and lifetimes. You see what I'm saying? And sometimes the season is up for certain situations, right? For whatever reason, right? There may be new seasons where you get to experience certain experiences with like certain individuals. Again, they might not even show up ever again in life, and that's cool too. Do you see what I'm saying? Like that's the thing, like with abandonment, with the abandonment wound, it's just like acknowledging it when it flares up, and really actually like, I think what abandonment lets me know every single time when it flares up is how much I actually cared for that person and how much I was like actually invested in the relationship. Like, because sometimes some people leave and I'm like, okay, you know, because there wasn't that much of an investment, like feelings wise and care like that, you know. But it's like the more time you spend with people and stuff, you kind of like grow deeper and deeper into attachment and care and stuff. So definitely keep working on that abandonment wound, because then you can like draw people into your life that aren't inclined to keep abandoning you. That part. or have you abandoned them so that you can continue to like feed that wound basically, and feed the entity that's feeding off that trauma. That's what happens when we don't heal them. These entities just feed off that trauma and then draws these other people in to do the same thing so they can get a bigger meal for themselves. How selfish, right? We're out here like nursing our wounds and shit, and they're just out here trying to feed. Snap. Anywho, let's go and see who's the next person on the list. Oh, Mina, I think I saw your question. Everyone has left me. I've been forced to accept it. Yeah, that's how it is sometimes. Do you know what I mean? I'm okay with people leaving me. I just want to know the reason. I feel the reason is stupid. If the reason is stupid, I feel so great. Honestly, see, sometimes if you want to get that clarity, like for me, sometimes when people leave, like I ask God, because like God has all that files, and like I can get the information from the Akashic records. So I'm like, why'd they leave? PTW. And that's what I'm saying. Like, even in that instance, like when they were having their conversations with God in the collective, God let me into that room and be like, look, this is what's going on. They feel like you've abandoned them, which isn't necessarily your truth, but that's how your negligence has made them feel. So for their sake, I'm going to remove them out of this situation so that they don't necessarily, so they're going to put their walls up basically, and they're going to abandon you, assuming that you've abandoned them, which was a complete miscommunication, right? WhatsApp. But these things happen, like these things like truly do happen in our reality, where sometimes the reason isn't necessarily what you think it is, because it's not necessarily what you did, but it might also be the reality that what you did, even though your intention might have been one thing, made a person feel this way. So truth isn't ever really just like one point of reference. It's like they say all the time, somewhere in the middle of, oh, this was my intention, but this is what really happened, and this is how it made me feel. And there's a truth in the middle there. Okay? That part. Right, Mina. I'm gonna go back to your question, beautiful. Yes, let's go back. Now, Mina's question. Okay, let's see. What are current thoughts and feelings of Asan towards me? Okay. Is this right? Okay, thank you. I felt like it. I don't know why you guys had me grab that one firstly. Sorry, guys. Team discussion. Okay. Let's see. Right. What are Ashan's current feelings? We'll start with feelings. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. That's cute. That's cute. Okay, so their feelings on the situation is that they're going to trust the level of like dynamics that you guys are having at the minute. They're definitely hopeful for something more, and they trust that they are in the right place and being positioned for that to kind of like unfold in time. I think that it's interesting, right? Because they're not used to actually having to be this patient for the things that they want, right? However, it's like that's the challenge with the situation, and there's like an eagerness that they're having to contain with the situation. But yeah, they're kind of like trusting the process of the engagement that you guys are having right now in terms of like the dynamics. What are their thoughts towards Mina? What's Asan's thoughts towards Mina? I will say that there is like some fear of the unknown as well. It's like when those types of questions are a little bit scary. It's like, oh, when's that gonna happen? Is it gonna be tomorrow? Is it gonna be next week? Is it gonna be next month? Like the when questions, the question. Sorry, I had to go and grab our insight, Mina. Oh, a lot of internalized energy here. A lot of internalized energy. So this is the stuff that's not said. Let me just take all of this in for a second. Let me take all of it in. Interesting. Okay. Mm. Okay. So the thoughts on the situation is that it's like so funny because the feelings to do one thing, but then the actions obviously to do the like he's trying to figure out how to be able to kind of like live within these boundaries that you're now creating, right? And he's conflicted with himself because it feels like confusing, like it feels like there's been steps backwards. It's kind of like how he's kind of like taking it, right? Can you guys see my horn? This is what happened yesterday when like my ego was going so ham, right? I feel like I literally grew a little horn. I got a spot. I was like, yeah, I could feel my vibration was low, but damn, I didn't realize it was in that depth, okay, of demon time. But that was hilarious. It was a good reminder to kind of keep your vibrations high. But anyways, so with the situation, Mina, like they're kind of feeling like the dynamics that you guys are kind of navigating through is contradictory to how they feel. It's contradictory to how they feel. No, I'm okay. I'm okay. Honestly, it's interesting for me just because I observe it consciously. So I knew what was happening, and it's like I was speaking to people about what was. I'm one of those people that narrates my trauma. I'm like, and Shakima's doing this, and this is the it's my Aquarius cusp. I tend to intellectualize like my feelings a lot. I'll talk about my feelings and then observe myself being in the feeling, and then I'll be like, oh, this is how my human's feeling today. And then my human did this, and then my human did that. And it's interesting observing Shakima's insecurities. It's like I'm taking like case files about things. It must be a Pisces thing. This is what I'm saying. I'm like, because the emotion, like Pisces are super, super sensitive, like super hyper sensitive, in fact, right? And then it's like, yeah, there's like so many aspects of the situation. It's good. Where's your Mercury, beautiful? Sorry, I'm talking to Shaylee, by the way. I want to understand where your Mercury is as well, because the way that my mind computes all of these things, right? It's literally like I'm separate. I'm in a separate room observing my human, and my human is actually the case study. It's very, very interesting in there in my mind. I can't lie. But Mina, back to your situation, right? Asan feels like it's contradictory to the way that like he feels. The way that he like his thoughts on the situation, sorry, is that everything is contradictory to the way that he actually feels about the situation. He feels a little bit like he feels a little bit bored that things are like here and not like in the place of excitement where one used to be, I guess. And it's almost like he's like buttoning that up. He's like buttoning that part of his personality up, like the guy that was like romanticizing about the possibility of you guys together, right? And he's like having to kind of like contain that separately elsewhere. And he's kind of like experiencing some suppressed feelings on the situation. Basically, that's his thoughts. He's suppressing a lot of his feelings to be able to respect your boundaries. And it's a challenge. It's a challenge. Yeah, it's definitely a little bit confusing. I think that they're confused. Because obviously they've been like friend zoned right now, but obviously they're like, I like you type thing, and they're not really too sure how to navigate the friend zoning. Do you see if it's happening from his end? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. What do we see with the communication? This is what we're going to need to know in terms of the advice for all of this, right? Yeah. Let's see. What do you guys see as far as the communication? Oh, thank you. You guys are throwing all the cards on the floor. Thank you. Sorry. Private group session. We had to define the boundaries for tonight. It's all the excitement in the room. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Oh. Okay. This one's an ongoing one. This is an ongoing situation. This is an ongoing situation. This is going to be playing out over the course of the next few months as far as like the no communication thing. There's like a lot of internalized feelings with the situation. There's no action being taken. There's definitely inner feelings of like, this is a yes situation, but it's an internal yes. It's like, I'm gonna keep that to myself kind of yes. So there isn't going to be much sort of happening in terms of the communication over the course of the next few months. I want to say at least 3.5 to 4 months. At least 3.5 to 4 months with the situation. So yeah. They're definitely suppressing some feelings on the situation though, because they're hella confused. Like hella confused with the situation. So yeah. What's the advice? Okay. Yeah. They're just saying it's more a case of just kind of like trusting the process with the situation. Try not to be too kind of like stuck in the past as well on the situation, because you have to bear in mind, right, when you guys do sort of fall back into communication, people grow and change, like small things. It's just by default, it's the way that we're actually designed. Obviously we grow into more and more awareness, so the person that comes back into communication with you, they may be different this time apart, and the kind of like separation and dynamic with the situation would have kind of revealed certain feelings as well. So they may sort of definitely the stalking will continue, because that's the whole oh, I'm feeling one way but I'm acting a certain type of way. So yeah, the stalking isn't going to stop, let's say, but that continues. Like the situation for you guys in terms of the lack of communication continues over the course of the next few months. Yeah. So that's something that has to be unfolded, because I think that this time is giving them time to kind of like really understand or acknowledge what their actual feelings towards you are in terms of the situation. Yeah. Hey Green, what's happening? Right. Thank you for that, my love. I hope that was useful for you. BTW. Hey Theo. Oh, all good, my love. All good. You'll have to join the queue. I don't know who else is still here, but you'll have to join the queue. Oh, all good, beautiful. Oh, good. I'm glad that it was useful for you. So on the list, next we have K. KT, are you in the building? On the mic. Sorry, guys. I'm feeling like letting out. It's so funny because my little personality is like coming out here tonight. She's feeling, yeah, she's feeling free. You know how we were talking about authenticity? Okay, Miss Yaz is still here. That's good. That's what's up. Who do we have in the room, guys? Who's here? So we can sort of like get to it. Yes, Miss Yaz, right? Green's here as well. That's what's up, right? Who else do we have? I don't think Booby's here. Booby jumped out last time as well, and I think he missed his opportunity. He came back later on, though. Jenny said good. Okay. Okay, so Katie isn't here, Booby isn't here, so we're gonna go to Miss Yaz. Yeah, we're gonna go to Miss Yaz. Thank you. See, look at that. Look at that. That's what's up. Thank you, guys. Oh, Miss Yaz is gonna type a question. All right, guys. So I'm gonna pose a question to you guys out there. You guys kind of like let me know, right? When you guys, how can I put it? Listen, when I'm here, right, Pink, when I'm here, I never know how it's gonna go. Because sometimes when I finish up, I'm like, dang, y'all dried me out. I'll be talking to the guys afterwards. I'm like, dang, y'all could have allowed me at least a sip. Oh, dude. But yes. We gotta make sure that the channeling can come through, man. Because sometimes I leave and I'm dry. My throat's like tight and stuff. I'm like, damn, man, y'all release the tension. I genuinely have conversations with my guides like my friends, okay? Because they're the only ones that really actually get to do life with me, like all the time, okay? So they get it. Sometimes, right? They'll give me a cue on something. It's like they'll give me a download, right? And it's like I'll receive it, and I know that it's an incoming message, right? So I know that it's like a download into me. It's not like an uploaded thought, right? And I'm like, I ponder on it. I'm like, and then later on, when it plays itself out, and they're like, we done told you, and then I have to do like the walk of shame. And they're like, it's okay. They know who they're working with, though. I've gotten a lot better at those, BTW. Okay, I've gotten a lot better at those. There's a lot less me missing my cues. Now I'm starting to be present enough to not miss some cues, but some cues are just going to get left. That's just the way it is. Right, let me grab Miss Yaz's question, pop that up on the screen firstly. Right. Near future. We want to see what's going on for Miss Yaz in the near future, guys. Come on. No, seriously, Mina. I'm being so serial. I'm like, oh, sorry, I missed that cue. I'm like, can I go back? They're like, no, it doesn't work like that. I'm like, please. Then it's like, oh no, well just take it as a lesson learned. Because if you missed it and you missed your opportunity or you missed the cue, then if you didn't get it, it's one of those things where it's like an X, it's a lesson basically, more so than a correction. All right, let's see what's going on for Miss Yaz in the near future, guys. Give us some insight. Let us know. Okay. 2022 is almost over. It happened so quick. Let us know what. Oh, sorry. I can feel myself vibrating. Mina, no, honestly, I'm telling you though, I'm just sharing with you guys. I'm being so honest because those moments happen. It does happen. Oh no! Hey, Booby. Oh, Booby, this happened last time as well. You just got back to the room, Booby. When is your birthday, Mina? We'll answer that one as well. Okay. Oh, interesting. Sorry, Miss Yaz. You know I'm still doing your question. You know how it is. We have many tangents here, but we get the job done. Okay. I'm still doing your question. It's just, yeah. I'm like checking in. Oh, so we do have soon. Soon. Mm-hmm. Okay, we're gonna come back to you, Booby, because I'm reading for Miss Yaz now. You were like literally just before Miss Yaz as well. So I'm gonna come back to you after I finish Miss Yaz. Okay, stick around. Stick around. You're lucky you actually came back in where I wasn't like too far gone as well. Listen, it's okay, y'all. Okay, we're getting better. That's what it is. It's like wine. We're getting better. We're not getting old. We're getting wise and vintaged. I'm sorry. I can't even take myself seriously. Right, Miss Yaz. Near future, interesting, my love. So for you, I am seeing quite a bit of volatility. I can't lie, my love. Near future is very volatile. What they're showing me. Oh, I love that. I'll tell you guys this much, right? Like I'm gonna be in my 33rd cycle next Feb as well. Like life after the 20s, it's different. It hits different as well. I think like a lot of the programs, like a lot of the stuff in the 20s, we kind of just have to kind of like navigate through, but life in the 30s feels different. It hits a little bit different as well. Volatile, yes, Miss Yaz. Yes. Feeling so tired and a bit slow. Oh, tell me about it. I'm telling you, it's like I feel like Mars and Venus, their little quarrel is affecting me. I feel like Venus is saying to Mars, right? I feel like Venus is saying, well, this is what you need to do, and this is what you've got to do, and these are all the assignments that I'm relying on you to get done so that I can actually get my job done so that I can get an ace in this class, right? And then Mars is kind of like, well, I'm busy doing my own thing, right? I haven't really got time to be figuring out how to juggle all of this, that, and the other as well. So the energy is a little bit off. Don't worry, girl, I got you. Sorry, I know I went off on a tangent there, but I got you. 30s is the coolest, right? It's like you're still young enough to be able to consider yourself young. Because even though, like, when I was younger, I really thought that 30s, I thought people were like ancient when they're in their 30s. But I think that's how it is when you're young, right? You think, I remember when I learned that my mom was in her 30s, I was like, now I'm going to be starting to have kids in my 30s. Isn't that interesting? It's so funny how life like has a way of like playing out. I thought you were ancient, like dinosaur ancient, right? Clarify to me. What kind of volatility? Oh, thank you. Okay. Right. Listen, because then that's where like I feel like that's where like life really sort of like begins. Do you know what I mean? I feel like in the 20s you spend a lot of time sort of cleaning up type thing. And in your 30s you're still doing that as well, but I feel like you get a little bit more adept at being able to clean up, so you're a lot quicker at like the turnover and getting resolutions to situations, you know, whereas in your 20s you're like trying to figure that shit out. You're like, damn, what do I do? You know, But I will say this: loved, loved, loved the 20s because there were so many excuses to like mess up and make mistakes and just be young and dumb. So that was like my go-to. Oh, I'm young. It's okay to be dumb. Yeah, it's like when am I gonna get the opportunity to do that again in life, right? Same. I used to think my mom was so old. She's only like, oh my god. Oh, but I'm learning. Like I'm learning. Yes, yes, Pink, you get it. Oh, sorry, I'm like hearing the song. I'm not good with words, so I'm not gonna butcher that person's song by trying to like make up my own words on live and get a copyright strike. Okay, but yes, I'm like singing the song in my head. Like they literally went to that muscle memory. Yeah, that was good. That was good. Thank you for that one. Thank you for that one. Eject. I ejected that. Oh. 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 Sorry. Sorry, Miss Yaz. I'm like, look at. Oh. Oh. Yes. There's a lot going on for you in the next, like, in the recent, well, in the near future. Sorry, I'm like out here just, yeah. So we have a lot of stuff going on. We've got like most of your cards are in reverse, which like I guess the influences like yeah, retrograde. The retrograde influences are kind of like really, really showing up. Oh, okay. So what I'm seeing with the situation, sorry, I'm like taking it all in because it's like it feels like an overwhelming story, right? Oh, it feels like an overwhelming story. So I'm just trying to take it in because these are like you've got you've got three major arcanas that you're navigating through in this like near future situation, like three major arcanas, and the energies are all internalized. We've got like the devil card internalized, the emperor internalized, temperance internalized, but it's all for the sake of, I guess, like getting that king of wands energy like leveled and appropriated like accurately in the way that you want it, like really that inner entrepreneur is really kind of like taking you through the waves of these situations so that it can fully be able to activate itself. It's working on confidence, it's working on its ability to be able to delegate, it's working on its ability to like use its voice, it's working on its ability to be able to kind of like really see the vision, execute the vision, and actually embody it, right? So it's all for the sake of that. I'll say that much. But girl, damn, that's big energy. That's big energy. So what I'm getting from the situation, right? Sorry, let me just kind of like. Oh, it's okay. It's okay, beautiful. It's okay. Thank you for the list. We're gonna keep the list going. We're gonna keep the list going. Oh, happy birthday to your mom, Miss Yaz. Thank you. Look at you, Mina. See? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're awesome. Enjoy your sleep travels. Hope it's nice and I'm sending you like nice little, fairy sprinkles. Some good travels tonight. Okay. With the situation, Miss Yaz, what they're showing me, right? There's like most of the volatility that you're going to be navigating through. Oh, thank you, beautiful. Oh, I love you too. No, I'm sure you don't need any more volatility or drama. No, however, the leader inside, this entrepreneur that's trying to honor their experience as well. They're kind of like figuring out how to be able to honor themselves. And I feel like the universe is like pushing all of these situations and circumstances at you to be able to kind of like question, like, will you, are you going to honor like your desires? Are you going like this pressure that's being applied, right? It's for the purpose of that. You're meeting like a lot of these resistances to be able to kind of, and it's interesting because I'm seeing like the resistance is like causing the inability to be able to kind of like plan long term. Do you see what I'm saying? Like all of these like frictions. Oh, the energy is staticky. The energy is staticky, my love. The energy is staticky. Interesting. Sorry, I'm like trying to really take it all in. It is a case of being able to kind of like really reclaim the power. That's what this inner fight, like it's this inner, it's, you know, it's a very like, I know it don't feel good, girl, I'm gonna say that, okay? Oh, thank you. One, listen, Pink, thank you. We'll definitely hold that, and if anything, you'll be able to sort of like come back in to get your question, but thank you for putting it out there. But looking at the situation, Miss Yaz, right, you are going to be able to reclaim your power. This whole situation that you're navigating through, there's just like a lot of these resistances, man. Like, and when I say resistance, so let me put it like this: like, there are things that, the very things that you don't want are the things that are the target. Let me reiterate that again. The very things. Hey, from Greece, lovely to have you in the building. Astar's Green Star, love that. The very thing that you don't want is the target. So you're going to have to shift your focus, because listen to me, right? So this is what happens a lot of the times when we're going through a lot of these retrogrades, yeah? Like more of these little demonic spirits or whatever, they have more, like God gives them a further reach, basically. They're off their leashes a little bit further, so they can roam a little bit further, right? Out there and do whatever needs to be done for the necessary good of mankind's like overall evolution and all that good stuff, right? So when a lot of these like situations are happening, I know it doesn't feel good, and it doesn't feel nice, right? But it's like showing you all of the places of yourself that realistically needs to kind of like be worked at. One of the things that they're showing me, definitely in this situation, growing in love with the opportunities, because that's how they're giving it to me. Growing in love with the opportunities to be able to use your brave voice. Oh, that's beautiful, guys. That's a cute one. I like that. You should use that as an affirmation, right? I'm growing in love with my ability to be able to execute my brave voice for good. Like really, that's a part of the situation that's kind of being worked on as you're navigating through this. Like basically, like there's a lot of these situations where your power is in all of these little cupboards and pockets of relationships, right? Depending on where you're kind of, how can I put it, where you're still kind of like allowing yourself to be able to like be your fullest authenticity. So it's not even like not thinking before you speak, but really computing as you speak, right? So it's like really digesting all of you that is wanting to be able to communicate or say something or put something across, and being able to sort of like truly articulate that in its finest. Right now, there's still like some barriers based on other relationship dynamics, that's affecting the interpersonal relationship with self as well. And those are some of the things, I guess, like spirits kind of like going through a little juggling process, like showing you how to be able to prioritize your feelings versus other people's, and when to be able to speak up and when to be assertive, and when aggression, I guess, is even necessary in some instances. Because let me do and make it very clear, okay? It's great to be able to be like a good person. It's great to be able to kind of, be nice. But the world we live in, like, unfortunately, there are spirits that would test that would test us. They'll test our boundaries, they'll test our patience, they'll test to see exactly what they can and can't get away with, really. And then once they know what they can get away with, they will run with that and create a pattern for you in your own life and existence with that. If there aren't appropriate boundaries in place and stuff. So everything that you're navigating through at the minute, from what I'm seeing, it's that voice of bravery that's being activated, and it's needed. It's needed. The entrepreneur knows what the hell they be doing. That masculine energy that's like fighting to be able to kind of like, and I say fighting because it's kind of like it's not supported. You see what I'm saying? Like whenever it comes out, it's like nobody wants it to be out and experiencing it in that way type thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But these are some of the things. Yeah, see, this is the thing. Like sometimes, right? Listen, if you get to that, let me make this one clear as well, because I have to tell people, like, sometimes when they take me there, I'm like, now I'm going to have to pack up my whole demon and take my ass home. Okay, you triggered my demons. Okay, you triggered my demons. I may do my best to keep this contained, right? But this is what happens whenever you get to a place of aggression. It just lets you know, because anger is basically like, anger is what happens when, like, you know, we have been attacked. Sometimes anger is unreasonable, right? And the way that the spirit of anger actually like responds to situations can be sometimes unreasonable. But also like passive anger, because that's what happens a lot of the times when we struggle with our ability to be able to kind of like be assertive with certain levels of aggression, because that's the kind of energy that's kind of being projected towards us, right? So it's like kind of like giving the same energy that we're receiving. You don't have to feel any type of way about that. That's what I'd say to you with the situation. Yet and however, the best way to be able to direct aggression is to just be honest. Be tactful as much as possible with that honesty. Because again, karma's a bitch. And sometimes what we're like putting out there has a way to be able to kind of like revert back to us, right? But with the aggression thing, like it's not necessarily that you need to be that way all the time. It's just that it's a necessary part of your armor, right? Because some people, that's the way that they respond. Like that's the only way they're going to respond to being able to respect your boundary. Do you see what I'm saying? Like it require, like that's the way that they receive. You know, like how some people, like that's how they communicate in love, aggression. So yeah, just kind of think of it that way. Like they triggered your demons, so now they're gonna have to deal with the consequences of what they done like brought out. Okay, this is the energy they came into space with, because naturally it's a transactional thing. It's a transactional experience for it. So whatever you're giving them, more than likely is something you've swallowed yourself, and you're just like, you know what I mean, like vomiting that up. But yeah, the resistances that you're kind of like navigating, it's definitely, that's what's going to feel volatile with the situation. It's kind of like not being able to plan long term. That's going to be like the main sort of like thing that feels like, oh, it's getting under my skin. But you do reclaim your power with the situation. Not necessarily in the near future. It's not necessarily happening in the near future. But I do see in the near distant future. Okay, so what I mean when I say in the near distant future, it may be a situation of up to like 6 months. Okay. So near future, I'm thinking about like up to about 3 months or so. That's what I think when I think near future, right? So it's a near distant future. So double that timing, around about 6 months, where you feel like you're past a lot of these volatilities, a lot of these resistances break open for you. There's breakthroughs and breakaways taking place for you. And you're navigating through like major arcanas like during this season. So I'm sure it's going to be like a nice setup for you, like on the other side of this, right? It's all about like self-protection, which is probably like this path that you're navigating through with this volatility is like self-protection. yeah, it's going to be important, and it's a lesson in that class as well. Like, how does one actually protect themselves? Because as well, remember, we're dealing with like Mars being in retrograde as well at the minute, and like we're learning about war styles. Okay, and sometimes what I've learned so far with this Mars retrograde, as I'm like observing other people's war styles and my own, I'm like, I don't think I want to like respond to that, like, because now when you start to see their little demons come out or whatever with these like retrogrades, right? It's like, yeah, I don't think I want to respond to that demon the same way that I did before. I think I'm I think I'm going through something else. So yeah, I think you're kind of like navigating through some of those types of dynamics where you are going to have to like find yourself being a little bit aggressive in order to be able to reclaim your power. Okay? That part. But yeah. Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up. Pink 123. Love that. I hope that that was useful for you there, Miss Yaz, because it seems like you're navigating through quite some stuff. Astart's Green Star. Okay. I guess you want to be added to the list. You'll probably be the last one on the list because I think we missed two people earlier actually. So there's space for somebody else if their guides ever get them in here. Let me see who else is on the list because Mina was so nice to put the list out. So we're going to go back to Booby's question, Pink 123, because Booby did come back into the room. He was before Yaz. So we're going to go to his question. I hope that that was useful for all good, my love, all good. Booby, you here this time? You with us? What's the sitch? Because listen, Pink 123 has already put that. That's what's up. Hold right there. It is going to be interesting. It is going to be interesting. But you've got this. You've got this. Like once you actually like, so once you level like that brave voice up, listen, peaks. Like God's gonna propel you. He's gonna thrust you. He's gonna be like, okay, you good. Okay. You know? God's gonna like put you on main stage, beautiful. Oh, okay. What is holding me back from finding love or connections? Platonic also. Sorry. I'm gonna tell you this from now, baby. This is gonna be deep because they're already taking me into this. So yeah. Thank you for the question because I'm sure there's going to be like lots. Thank you, beautiful. yes, you're next. You're next one, Pink 123. You will be next. We went back to Booby to get his question, and then we're gonna go back to you. Okay. Yeah, I know. Mina's actually left now because it's like if you want to create a new list and add yourself as Tart's Green Star, you can. But Mina's actually left, so yeah, you can add you can create a new list and add yourself. So Booby's question. I know you have, Pink. I know you have. So don't worry. I got you. Archangel Shamuel, can you hold that question as well for me? So yeah, thank you. Yeah, we got that. What's Booby's thing? What's holding him back? I know, but other than himself, then like break it down for me. What's holding him back? Because you guys had a lot to say initially. I could feel like the heaviness of that on my heart. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Oh. Okay, Booby. because this is the way that they're delivering the information to me tonight. Like they're opening people's files and just giving it to me raw. What's actually holding? Oh, I'm sorry. I do. No, I do, because yeah, we're like really, really peoples. Baby, I'm sorry. I'm getting emotional. What's holding you back from finding love connections is your 5-year-old self. Something happened around about the age of 5. And I don't know what that is for you. I just know that something happened to sever your connection with love, where it started to become a more abstract thought. So it started to feel out of reach and it constantly felt like a chase. So that's where a shift started to happen. So 5-year-old Booby is really why you struggle to find love connections. What happened around about 5? If you don't mind me asking, if you feel like sharing, if that's okay. I did say to you that they were kind of like unmasking, and that's how they're delivering stuff tonight. But that 5-year-old self, so that 5-year-old self is kind of like seeking justice. It's like seeking justice for the trauma. Something happened at 5. Do you know what I'm talking about? Give me a yes, even if you don't want to share. Give me a yes or no. Because they're showing me that that's the main thing. Okay. Okay. 5-year-old self is the reason why you're struggling to find love. There's trauma there that has to be resolved, because otherwise what you'll do is that you'll attract these my whole life really just started getting out of it. Yeah. That 5-year-old self like really, really is looking to be validated, it's what, and I'm gonna speak from the story that I'm like feeling and sensing, right, from this file of the inner child. It's like, yeah, like it's a value thing, like not seeing or knowing my value or my worth, and that caused confusion. Now I'm now living in that. Oh, this is so sad, baby. I'm sorry. I'm like getting the downloads, right? And it's okay. So how I'm hearing it's like that's when I started to get into contracts with spirits of confusion, because I started to be indecisive. Like, I love these people, but the way that they were treating me, I didn't really understand what that meant towards. Oh, this is so sad. What that meant towards me. And that started to it started to take my value, it started to trickle my value away. So what's happening is that you are now at a place where you're kind of like attracting people that won't necessarily even validate your love. Do you see what I'm saying? Like they won't. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to cry and get it out because it's so intense. That's what they're telling me. They're saying, because I keep trying to speak and talk up and stuff, they're saying, no, just sit in it. Just sit in it. Because this 5-year-old self, Like it's struggles with validation like since then. And don't be sorry, it's okay. It's okay. Like you asked. And this is how they're choosing to share tonight, like they're opening files, right? And sharing that way so that we can really get the best like of the space tonight. And I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful, mashallah. Um that that 5-year-old self is like struggling with its own validation, right? Like with its own validation. So there's a few things that you're going to need to work on, Booby, right? You're going to have to work on self-worth. You've depleted your value. You've taken your value down. The way that you see yourself isn't really how you actually like feel about yourself. Do you see what I'm saying? Like I did revert when I was 18. I'm many religions. I love God. I just love an excuse and an opportunity to love God in whatever form I can. That's what I'd say to answer that question. I did take my shahada when I was 18 though. But Bibi, what I'd say, work on the self-worth situation. Definitely work on the self-worth situation, because that's what's causing you to bring people in. Like it's causing you to basically like attract people. Like this wound is almost like it's like a black hole that's like drawing in these, I want to say like these spirits that are vibrating at a place that has no intention really to actually like commit. And that's even in platonic relationship dynamics as well. Like you keep attracting selfish people, for lack of a better way of putting it, right? You keep attracting selfish people because your worth is depleted. Your self-worth got depleted. 5 years old, I don't know what memory it is, but that memory is now a part of your core belief system when you are attracting and bringing love into your life. So you have to be mindful of that. First of all, you need to tend to 5-year-old Booby. You need to father him, mother him, let him know that he matters, let him know that his feelings are okay for him to feel, and really let him know like that what he experienced had nothing to do with him and says everything about everybody else around him. And he doesn't have to wear the cloaking of their image on him to disguise him, to protect him, so that he doesn't feel like he is basically like at risk, basically. Because it's like it was interesting, like there were these projections that happened, right, that took place, and as a way to be able to protect yourself, your human's chameleon activation like activated, right? So it's like now you start to like portray some of their qualities. And what I mean is that some of these people were vibrating from places of low self-esteem, lack of self-worth themselves, and all of these things that they were projecting became your coat. It became your coat. And you wear that now in spirit, subconsciously. I don't know how else to put it across to you. Subconsciously. I think with the situation, you kind of need to be able to sit down and have a very open, real, honest conversation with yourself, but also like with your then self, like, because that wound, and I promise you, this sounds like oh, what does it matter? Trust me, okay? Like we can keep pretending like we're moving forward and telling ourselves one situation, or one thing, because that's what we want to focus on. Because don't nobody want to process like pain and trauma. Like the shit takes forever to get through, and sometimes you have to like close the file and come back later and pick it up where you left off, type thing. Do you know what I mean? It gets like intense like that. But with the situation, that part of yourself is looking for justice, and the only person who can give that to you is you. And you have to be able to like release it and let it go. Okay. A few different places as well that are also affecting your ability. So the ages that I got is 5 and 9. Both of those ages, there's some things that happened at those stages in your life that caused a emotional, it's like a stunting of your emotional growth when it comes to love, right? In your capacity to be able to love. Like, you want to be able to have these experiences, but those two parts of your timeline broke you in ways that you haven't yet healed from. Okay. And it's still a part, it's now kind of like shaped your vibration almost. So you need to kind of deprogram from those firstly. Get back to there where those two ages that I mentioned, see if you can remember what was going on around about that time. If you can't remember, just have like a conversation with your 5-year-old self, your 9-year-old self. Some of the things that you may have been going through then, and actually talk yourself through it. So what happens is that when we're stuck in those places, like, because like if we don't know how to process those things, then we get stuck in those places emotionally, right? So our adult self sometimes has to go back for our child, basically, in order to allow us to be able to actually like move forward, like actually like progress forward, right? So we have to right the wrongs of certain situations, because what happens is like when the trauma happens, we then get, I have people attacking my childhood literally every day. Okay. Okay. This is what I'm saying. This is why I saw it like, people kept projecting and projecting and projecting, and you're still experiencing that. Okay. I can remember things from 2 to 3 years old. I remember everything. Good. You're supposed to. That means you have access to those files, which is great, because you need to purify them. Basically, you need to purify them. Some of the things that happened, it would be distorted in comparison to your now reality, right? So your 2-year-old self may still be scared of certain things. Your 3-year-old self may still feel certain feelings of inadequacy about certain things. You have to be able to like nurture those parts of yourself to be able to see your now self, right? Trust me, like if you can have the conversation with these two age groups of yourself, that your 5-year-old version and your 9-year-old version of yourself, right? Do a little like mental time travel, go back in time, think of what significant thing happened at 5, what significant thing happened at 9, and really look at the way that it's actually altered your ability to love. And then when you see what it is that it did to alter, because basically that's when you got into contracts with a particular demon that is feeding off your relationships, be it platonic and romantic, right? And that entity is basically causing other people to not necessarily stay, so that it can feed off as many as possible, pretty much, right? And it kind of like utilize you, because it's a parasite attached to you. It kind of utilizes you to be able to draw these people in so it can continue to feed. It's kind of like how cats have like this parasite in their belly that like when they piss, it basically like the rats will be able to smell their piss and like get horny for them. It's so twisted, but they'll get horny for them, and then they want to like go and gravitate towards the cat. So that's basically like what happens with these types of situations. You experience trauma, what else? So depending on what it is that you go back and identify in your 5-year-old self or your 9-year-old self, it will determine basically like the demon that you kind of like got into a contract with. So think about what emotion you're feeling, or what emotion you were cause to feel, because you were basically being robbed. You were being fed to somebody else's demons. That's what was happening in those places. But obviously, this is all happening energetically. So now, as it's manifesting into your adult life, it's just kind of, it's causing like this complete chaos in terms of situations. But your 5-year-old self and your 9-year-old self is seeking justice for being casted out in the cold constantly, right? And there are particular situations that happened at those two junctions of your life that, okay, they're not even saying just 5 and 9, they're saying between 5 to 9, there was a significant shift that happened there. So process what you can from there and really just kind of like instill new programming, right? So if you feel feelings of low self-worth, you need affirmations to affirm your worth. If you feel like people, like whoever as well, whoever, this is how you do it as well. Like whoever robbed your like self-worth, return to sender. Return to sender. Like really, no, Booby, I'm so serious. Like go into this realm, okay? Because time, how we experience it, we're just in this now moment of time, okay? Time is happening everywhere all at once. So go back into like that pocket that we experience as the past, right? 5-year-old self between 5 and 9, like really dive in, see who are the people that said whatever they said, what they're doing, all of these things, and literally return that shit to sender, because those parasites are feeding off your energy, which is making it a challenge for you, because now you're experiencing relationships the way that they have relationships, which is basically that the shit is not stable, it's inconsistent, it is not constant, it's just not, okay? So you want to go and clean that up, right? And once you go and clean that up, then you'll be in a process of regeneration. And I do want to put this across to you, disclaimer, because they say that I have to give this across to you. You've been sick for longer than the healing would actually start to take place. So give yourself some time before you start to really see how the manifestation of this is going to actually show up for you, because then it's going to be a turning point that's going to start to occur, right? But it's going to take some time. It's going to take some time, a good 5 to 7 months, I'm hearing, before you really start feeling like you're seeing the shifts actually like making a difference, right? Do that little exercise that I said. Go see the people, return their demons back to them, okay? Because their demons be feeding off your energy, which means that your energy isn't able to be utilized for yourself, which means that you're not able to show up entirely in the fullness of your worth and potential, okay? Because these parasites are feeding off it. So do all of that. Then things will start to go through like a real like actual change. You'll actually start to feel like the healing process taking place. And then also, even when people continue to do the same shit, because I get that it's challenging to heal in the very environment that made you sick in the first place, as they continue to do it, start sending their demons back to them. Return to sender. That's not even mine. Return to set, like literally, like there is darts that they send. You see like how you see them like with the cherubs, yeah, like the Cupid darts and shit. It's darts that they're sending. Wherever the darts land, like it will have an impact on your chakras, right? Wherever it lands on the body, because the different parts of the body are assigned to different parts of the chakras. So they're just going to be like impacting your chakras and stuff. Every time they do it, like every time they do it, return to sender. And over time, when these demons realize that they can't feed off you and your energy is yours and your power is yours, trust me, like it will start to shift things, but it's going to take some time. Okay, it's definitely going to take some time before you start to see like a proper significant change with the situation. But yeah. Thank you, Booby. Thank you for that question. Oh, God. That was intense. That was like super, super intense. Thank you guys for sharing as well, because we get it. I know that whenever Booby comes in, he genuinely wants to know. That's why you guys like really just unlock everything. So I appreciate that. Yeah, you guys are saying so much as well. What my Ruby was saying it happened repeatedly. I have that coat on me, and that's all people see. So I'm stuck because I'm reminded every day. My family, strangers, people I thought I could trust. I thought love was the only thing could help at this point. No, trust me, that's what the spirit wants you to believe. Like this spirit that's attached, like, first of all, like, get that shit off you. Shake it off. Okay, in the words of Taylor Swift. Yes, I'm bringing out my inner white girl. Okay, shake it off. Okay, first and foremost. And like, I mean that spirit, by the way, because I know it's not easy. I'm not going to ask you to shake off your feelings. Your feelings are your feelings. They're very much real. What I'm asking you to do is process some of those feelings so that they're not as, you see, like what you just said then. And let me show you. My family, by family, strangers, people I thought I could trust. I thought love was the only thing could help at this point, right? Speak about your experiences as if it's in your past. See that experience of like this entity being able to kind of like allow for these experiences to kind of like go down just so that it can feed through you and shit. Speak of those experiences as your past, because eventually it's going to be your past. And inevitably, if you continue to work, it's going to be your distant past someday. So speak on these experiences instead of speaking on them in present tense, because then that creates more of your now reality. Speak on them in a past that, well, people used to, and what I found was, and this once happened. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, utilize that kind of dialogue so that that entity knows it ain't got access no more. It don't get the opportunity to feed in the way that it did. If you do have a slip up here and there, that's cool, but it ain't going to be your forever situation like it's been trying to convince you, because that's what happens. The spirit tries to convince you that that's all that's ever going to happen so that it can continue to feed. And then you get locked into this mind maze of doing exactly the thing that you're trying not to do, but executing the very actions that causes that spirit to be able to feed. So it starts to use you subconsciously and shit and keep you on a default program. Update the program, okay? Talk about that shit like it was your past, because it will be someday. And eventually you'll be ahead of this. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, eventually you'll be ahead of this. Now, 5 to 9-year-old, process all of that trauma in between there, right? It seems that up to 5, there are certain things that did happen as well. But those things, they have somehow been able to get processed to some degree, right? 5 to 9, still a whole chunk of stuff that still needs to be processed. If you can process that, you can get this entity off, okay? You can brush it off, you can get this entity off, and you can start to like move forward in a direction where, your ability to love isn't being harnessed by parasite. Do you see what I'm saying? So you're bringing in healthy relationships into your dynamic so that you can experience healthy love. Okay? That part. Oh, that was beautiful. But thank you. Thank you for that, Ruby. That's what's up. Right. Pink 123, girl. I'm so sorry, Pink. I doubt I'm going to be able to find your question and all this, because I felt like a lot coming. Right. Let me see if I can go back. Pink, if you're still in the room, can we like really get you to redo your question, girl? Because found it. God is good. Thank you, Archangel Samuel. You did your good job. Right. Okay, let's see. Cool. What did BB say? Getting the sage. Hell yeah, get the sage. Listen, get the sage, get the Santa Paula. Get it all. Okay, get the Florida. No, seriously. Get the Florida water as well. Like, definitely. After you go through the process, right, of like, after you go through the process of like going through the files between 5 to 9, definitely get yourself in a spiritual bath. You need to make sure you've got some you need some hyssop in there, because hyssop is good for cleansing from negative spirits. if you don't have hyssop, you can use frankincense as well. You can use like even frankincense resins as well. Definitely, you can even use some sage as well. Actually, sage would be nice if you've got some sage as well. Definitely some bay leaves as well for prosperity, to be able to sort of like move forward from this shit. Like, you need to cook yourself in a whole like bath stew, okay, when you're finished with the updating of the programming. And then what I'd also recommend in the water as well, it might feel a little bit girly, booby, but roses, like rose petals, great for some self-love, because you're going to need to put that back into yourself. And you cook in that, like really cook in that for like a good hour. I want to say at least 90 minutes. Sit in the thoughts of like really setting your intentions on how you see yourself loving yourself, and how people are going to be able to like see you loving yourself, and how they're going to be able to respond to you loving yourself. And like, you're going to just like take off the mask that like this entity was causing you to like be wearing and experiencing, because other people projected all this shit onto you. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, man, go cook yourself in a nice little stew after this and you'll be good. Okay. If you want to even write down some intentions, okay, burn it, like throw the ashes of that in your bath too, okay, to make sure that you probably like get that cooking on, set your vibrations, okay, like, yeah. So oh Pink, you got it back. Now, which is it, Pink? You said Aries in this one that I got up on the screen. Okay. And now you're giving me Virgo. How did the Aries feel after seeing me today? Their thoughts and feelings about our conversation, please. Which is it? Aries or Virgo? Huh? Aries. Okay. I wonder why the Virgo energy creeped itself in there. That's random. Not so random, but okay. Give me a second. I need to come down out of BB's space. That was so intense. Thank you, guys. Okay. Got you. That part, Shaylee. That part, man. 100%. 100%. Oh. I'm using Witch's Tarot. I'm also using just standard tarot as well. I've got a few decks. Okay, I've got a few decks. Ooh. Where's Booby? Booby? Sorry. Booby, if you're still here, listen. Whatever it is that you're going to do, I just got confirmation. It's definitely going to move through. It's going to pass through. It's going to be released from your solar plexus, because that's where it's really, really seriously attached. Do some solar plexus work as well, because that's where I just felt the entity, like as I came down out of your space, I felt the relieving of the solar plexus. So that's where the entity is attached. That's where it's attached. Okay, do some solar plexus work. It's kind of like feeding basically on the lower chakras, but it's kind of like really gripping onto your solar plexus for dear life. So if you can do some solar plexus work, listen, great one. Okay, basic. Do a little clockwise churning when you're finished doing whatever it is that you're doing. When you're done with your uploading of your new information, like keep doing that until you feel like your energy has opened, and then start pulling the strings, right? Like pulling. That's the way, because the solar plexus is one energy vortex that can actually like release energy. We've got the solar plexus and the crown. the crown's great for obviously like downloads and incoming as well, but those are like two of the main chakras that actually allows us to be able to like exert. The other chakras are more supportive chakras, okay, so they don't have like exit points per se, but yeah, do that too, okay. Take it out, okay. Take it out, okay, because I'm seeing that's interesting. That listen, it's a long parasite as well. It's a long parasite. I can't lie to you. So you're gonna be taking it out for a minute if you go that route. Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna get into your stuff, Pink. Let me dive into your stuff now. Okay, and who have we got next? We've got Green, then Shaylee, and then Green Star. Okay. Right. How did the Aries feel after seeing Pink today? How do they feel about the conversation? Oh, no, but I'm going to have a look. I'm going to have a look. Oh, yes, Shaylee. Even still, even if he's not here, please send him some energy. Whatever work you can do to help him, because trust me, like, listen, this entity that's attached, like, it's hanging on for dear life. That's why it's trying to convince him that it's going to be like his reality, like for longer, because its time is coming to an end. Like its time is coming to an end. So it's trying to convince him so that it can create more and build new contracts with him, right? Like to feed off more of his future. So put it out there, whatever you can do to like help out with his solar plexus stuff. Please, please, my love, because he needs it. This entity, it's a little trickster as well. It's a little trickster, but it ain't fooling nobody. That part. Okay, so yeah, while you get on with that work, Shaylee. I know that's like me and my guys as well. Ask universally if the universe supports you making the decision. If the universe supports you, yeah, okay. Do you feel like he's open to receiving it? Do you feel universally like he'll give you access to that piece of himself that's needing the healing so that it can actually be transmuted to him? Can you feel it? Because I know what you mean. I don't really like to read for people either. Okay, let me know. Okay, how did the Aries feel after seeing Pink 123 today? First, we're going to start with their thoughts about the conversation. What were their thoughts on the conversation? All right. It's like hanging on for dear life. Hanging on for dear life. He's going to break free. Thank you for even tuning in there. The fact that he's actually even been like identified. His time's up. Yeah. I get that vibe as well. I think that he likes to be able to kind of like, you know, do his stuff on his own. Oh God. Listen, it's okay. At least you tried. Because that happens to me sometimes as well. I'm like, nope, I can't go in. They haven't given me access. But you can, yeah. So these little parasites, you know, I get it. Obviously, everybody's trying to survive in the world we live in, right? Or everything, I should say, not even body per se, but everything is trying to survive. I get that much, but dang. Okay, so how they felt, their thoughts on the conversation, Pink, is that they are confused. Okay, they feel confused about the conversation. It feels like they feel confused by the conversation because it feels like it's caused a little bit of indecision. They don't really necessarily they don't necessarily know um, how to feel about some of these delays. I've already weakened it a little bit without going. Oh, thank you, my love. Appreciated. Much appreciated, because he's going to have to do like some work moving forward as well. Like, he's going to have to do some work moving forward. Okay. So, Pink, they feel confused about the situation. They feel like that indecision is going to cause a little bit of delays in terms of you guys' dynamic. And I feel like with the situation as well, clarify to me, guys. Clarify the confusion more so. Okay, feeling stuck. Okay. Okay. Clarify this for me. Okay. 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 So this is a situation, right? Their thoughts is like super conflicting, because they feel a little bit burnt out. They feel like things maybe not necessarily progressing in the way that you guys had hoped, right? And it feels like just kind of having to just find meaning behind it, having to understand like why this little situation, why these little situations keep kind of like showing up, I guess. When I say these little situations, like these little things, these little blips in the road that keep showing up, that's kind of like, it's like both of you guys want to lean in, but then these things show up and it's like, oh, it causes a little bit of a, a jump back a little bit. What's his feelings? What's their feelings on the situation? Okay. 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 Clarify for me. Oh, thank you. Sorry, there's like a lot to the situation that I need to kind of like tell you all the layers of what's going on with it. Oh, oh, look at you, Pink. I don't know. I wouldn't say love. I wouldn't say love. Um, I wouldn't say love per se right now. I think that their feelings are a little bit guarded. So they're definitely not in that place where they're like even experiencing love themselves, when it comes to you with the situation. But I do feel like they are in a need or desire to commit. And they're questioning whether or not they actually want to do so, right? Interesting. Sorry, I'm like taking in everything that's kind of going on with the situation, because it seems like, did you guys have conversations? And what's making them think? I think it's more so them kind of feeling like whether or not they're actually like their timing and your timing is like different, I guess, with the situation. I think that you may be at a little bit of a different place to where they are at, is the best way that I can put it, right? They're not necessarily at a place just yet, where they're kind of like fully sure about how to be able to kind of like do the commitment thing. I think they're kind of like figuring it out and taking it bit by bit. Moderation, that's the word that I'm hearing. Like they're kind of like moving slowly at their own pace, like moderation. I think that because of that, like caution, the love isn't kind of like, it's not kind of like the falling into the love, if that makes sense. It's not the falling, it's kind of like, it's like cautiously treading lightly towards that. Oh, you're still with us, baby. Oh, so good. So good. No, you're good. Never too much for you. Never too much. Trust me, the universe has a way of paying back. Consider this the dividends of all the time that you didn't get enough love and attention given to you. Okay? The universe has a way of paying out. So yeah, with the situation, Pink, I think they're at a place where they're kind of like figuring out whether or not they actually want to execute like their freedom card, right? Because I don't know. I feel like they're non-committal at the minute. They like the idea. I definitely think that they like the idea of committing, but I just feel like they're also just at a place where they're like non-committal at the minute. Yeah. They're confused. Their thoughts on the situation's being confused, like just being confused about the situation altogether. Um, hmm. I don't think that they're there yet in terms of the love situation. And I don't think that that's a bad thing. It's just everybody's different. Do you see what I'm saying? Like everybody has their own pace. I think their thing is like not wanting to fall too quickly. Not wanting to fall too quickly, too deeply, too quickly. Let me say that. Not wanting to fall too deeply, too quickly. So they're just kind of like proceeding with caution. But from what I can see, they're just confused by the conversation that you guys have had today, and they're not really too sure. They're not really too sure. Their feelings, um, hmm, their feelings are that they want to be able to kind of like, progress further and like plan ahead. But their thoughts on the situations, like actually very confused. Confused by what's causing delays, which is going to perpetuate more delays, basically, because that's where their focus is at the minute. What's the advice for 123 navigating through this space with this Aries? What's the advice for them? As clearly as you can, please. Thank you. Okay. Okay, they said like there's opportunities with the situation. Yeah, definitely. I wanted to get that much for you. They said don't stop with the situation. There is going to be opportunity. It's just that like I said, they are moving at their own pace. Like you're a little bit more, eager to get to the goal, I guess. Whereas they're a little bit more cautious getting to the goal. And you kind of just have to take it in its stride, right? Because the ultimately being a team is like it requires more than just the one person. So their feelings have to be taken into consideration as well. The universe is taking their feelings into consideration by making sure that things kind of move at a pace as well that they're also equally comfortable with. But there will be opportunities. There will be an opportunity to kind of like let this situation blossom. But it's going to take some time. Okay. Yeah. They're confused though. I'll say that much. They really are confused. They really actually don't know, because the idea of it all sounds good and seems good. I do. No, I do. I think that they like you. I think that they're just kind of like, and that's what I'm saying to you. I think that you guys are at different places with the situation. Like you're like eager to get to the goal, and they're like cautiously navigating their way towards that place. I think they themselves actually aren't really too sure if they are ready to commit, like fully commit, and like lock it down, but there's definitely deep like love, attraction, like admiration, all that good stuff is there. It just, yeah, there's other aspects to the situation as well. Okay. Right? That's what I'm saying. But listen, if that's the case, like I'd actually be out here like all the time and be tired. Okay. When I asked God about that, the response I got was, and this is why God knows me, okay? It was so funny because that's like really my friend. When I was like asking about, okay, so why isn't that a thing? It's like, yeah, like when you're actually like ready for that though, because like think about it now, like even right now you're flaky as it is, so we'll just like take it at a pace where the capacity is reflective of what you have capacity for. So this is what I got capacity for. Oh, I'm telling you. Yeah. Okay. Right. Who we got next? Green. You laughing, but I'm being so serious. And I was like, yeah, that's what's up. Because my listen, I've got a lazy personality, and my lazy personality like has a fear of success because it's not going to get enough airtime. Ain't that some shit? Seriously. Hey, Green, it's you. Your go. What's your question, my love? Mm. Yes, guys. Let me get. Jamie, you remind me of myself. Oh, no, I'm the same. I'm the same. It's like obviously you're making sure that like you don't miss it, right? But then you're like, it's cool. We'll come back to it. Don't worry though. You can leave it there. I'm gonna pin it for when it's your go. Come on, Green. Oh, Green's typing. Sorry, guys. Oh. Ah. And that was a good one with the joke earlier as well, like with the trolling joke. I'm that type of person as well. Like I find harsh jokes really endearing, actually. They give me like the best tickles. I'm the star, he's just the green. Oh my god, I can't with you guys. You're too funny. You guys are tickling me tonight. General love. I do like someone, but I'm unsure. Okay, Green. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Sometimes I like little mischievous jokes. Like they hit differently. Like they hit. Okay. Show me. Show me, guys. That's me. I have a dry sense of humor half the time. And then I'll be like going around like talking to my guys as well. And I'm like, guys, don't you find that funny? They're like, no, not really. But then they laugh at me because I find it funny. Like I'm actually going to like get another another page going where I actually do vlogs, where you guys can see like day to day. This is literally my real life where I sit around and I talk to my guys like we friends, like we peoples. Okay, right? That's what's up. That's what's up. Right? Okay. Sorry, I'm like getting carried away. Love reading, green. We want to sort of get an understanding of what's going on for green presently in love. We want to see what's going on in that class, guys. Can we get some insights, please? Thank you. Ooh. Okay. Okay. And that's cool. That's cool. They said that there's someone that they're drawn to, right? What do you think about that? Okay. That's cool. Oh, that's so sweet. That's sweet. That's sweet, right? Hold on. There we go. That's sweet. Sorry. I'm like thinking. Bixby. Come on, man. Bixby is going to make me actually get rid of my phone because I really don't like this thing that's monitoring me. Anywho, so what they're saying to me with the situation, right? Because I was like, I was trying to get an understanding of like what's going on with the situation. So firstly, they were like, you're in the position where you're calling in a soulmate. That's literally where you're at in terms of where you're navigating through in terms of romance at the minute. So you're really kind of like intentional. You're intentional about the kind of person, I guess, that you want to be in a relationship with, which is nice, right? In terms of this person that you kind of like, I guess, have feelings towards, have your eyes on, what have you, the situation maybe. In terms of this thing, they are saying that, you know, you deserve it. You are lovable. This situation has like really good odds. It has like really good odds. There, Leo, what's your star sign? That's for green, by the way. The person that you're kind of like engaging with, or the person that you're, you know, you got the eyes for. What star sign are you? Just so that I can have an understanding of the compatibility with the situation. Okay. I understand why they were talking about the compatibility. Okay. Listen. First thing I'd say is if you've got their birth date, definitely do a astrological comparison or compatibility. Listen, I'm gonna say this like it's all just universal maths, right? It's all just universal maths. So even if you have a low percentage of compatibility, it doesn't mean that it won't necessarily work. Like I think me and my partner's got like 67, 68% compatibility. We're constantly like half the time like, oh, you know, we're not compatible. I'm like, no shit. This is what we're trying to figure out because the love's there, but there's certain aspects of our character that makes it like difficult. And because there's probably so many symmetries, because they're Gemini and Pisces, so dual signs, you know, always changing. But that's what I say. Like, do a astrology compatibility to see where you guys are at, like your compatibility rating as it is. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's. Oh, you guys are actually like decently compatible. Anything beyond 65% is actually a viable shot. anything below 63 really is like, you're never really gonna actually get this to get off the ground and actually take off type thing. Do you see what I'm saying? Because the challenges that comes along, it may make it so that the relationship is constantly like being put in positions where both parties are constantly like having to like navigate through challenges and be tested by the other party to see, oh, do they love me, do they trust me, do they care, do you see what I'm saying? All of these tests constantly all the time, and then those types of things can actually put a thingy in the. Thank you, Shaylee. I know. Listen, why are you doing that, Junior? Why are you letting my files out? Sorry, Shaylee. I am going to have a little one in the next 2 years, and I am going to be the best mom ever to him. We have decided on that timeline. Thank you. I'm having the inner mom inside of me is having like an inside cry because I'm like, I've protected my kids from like a lot of my ancestral demons because my family's got some real deep, serious demons. I've been cleaning that shit up my whole 20s, and I'm like working at it still in my 30s, right? Before I have to like get my kids in here so that my vibration can be at least a certain type of way. But yeah, we're still working on it. We did decide in the next couple of years. I know. Oh, that's so sweet. Sorry, I'm like doing a little dance. It's nice to get like confirmation and validation like from the universe, like we see it, it's been noted, it's happening, it's all good. Thank you. It's one of the things that, yes, it is a boy, Junior. I'm like pointing, but you know what I mean. I've got a whole team. Junior, it is a boy. Thank you. It's one of the things that I have been blessed with to see really clearly most of the time. Yeah. Yeah. No, I like that. I like that. It's a challenge. It's a challenge, being Pisces and seeing the stuff. But thank you for that. I get with y'all. Green's like, congratulations. No, thank you. Do you know what? It's so funny because it's like people will be like, yeah, but it's not even here yet. But listen, okay? It has just been like decreed in the heavens. Okay. So thank you. Thank you for my congratulations. I receive it. Thank you guys. But no, Green. They like this person for you, to answer your question. They like this person for you. They make you nervous for some reason. They make you nervous and you're a little bit kind of like cautious about like how you are with the situation. But they like this person for you. Do I see new love or the Leo? Let's see that actually. Good question. Let me unpack that. Ooh. Yeah. Look at that. Okay. Okay. Question. Okay, well let me look into that then, actually. Let me let that be the next question because they actually like this person for you. No, I don't. No, I don't. It's hard for me to like say that because I have a past life situation that still lingers around and that soul is still present with me, even in this life. And we've had like I've had a good few lives in between since that one, but this life is tied to that one. So I still have the presence of that child with me. A lot of the times, actually, that child's coming back through as my child in this life because we didn't get to play our role in the previous life. They passed. I was dealing with some shit. It was a real hectic life. I was like, yeah, I don't even want to get into it, y'all. It was deep. It was deep. But yeah. Should have. Oh, oh, I'm sorry, Asas. Oh, 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 look at that, Ashtar. That's so sweet. Oh, sorry, guys, I'm getting sidetracked. I'm sorry, I'm literally like out here getting sidetracked by the chat. Right? I'm gonna cry. That's how I felt. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, Chaley. Okay. Oh, interesting. Oh, right. Sorry, I'm like looking at the cards. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. Sometimes, like, that's the thing as well. Like, sometimes when I get the downloads, it's so emotional and overwhelming for my human. I actually do. Like, when I first activated, I used to just cry every time I receive a download. Like, I could never deliver any messages because my human was like so sensitive to like receiving the insights. But I've gotten better over the years. Oh, those were the good old days. Um, yeah, so their feelings towards you, actually, they do have feelings towards you. They do actually have like romantical feelings towards you. It's not just like platonic. They do have their own wishful thoughts on the situation. Um, and they just don't vocalize. Like, they aren't as confident either with the situation. So, yeah. Yeah. You are, Chaley. Oh, that part, right? That part. But yes, they're into you too. They're into you too, Green. Okay. I'm trying not to overthink this. I think the issue is that you're overthinking this. Like, the connection's there, the feeling is there, like you're getting this pulling for a reason. It's like a magnetizing that's occurring. Like, this is more of a, it's like beyond like the laws of attraction, that like this is a magnetizing that's taking place. This is like the universe is conspiring to bring you two together. They, yeah, they have feelings for you too. They're a little bit they're a little bit you know, yeah, this is still like young. These feelings are still young. They're still kind of like premature. I want to use the word premature, but they have feelings for you too. I think with the situation, what's the advice for Green with the situation with this Leo? What's the advice? Okay, okay. So, oh, this is so sweet. Oh, sorry, I'm like reading the chat, y'all. That starts funny. Ah, you're funny. Yeah, and I hear you on that. I hear you on that. Yeah, right? That part. Oh, you guys are so perfect, man. Y'all, listen, y'all are perfect for me. Y'all are perfect for me. Oh, we're actually wrapping up now, Rachel. Did you come earlier? I'm not too sure if you did come through earlier. I feel like I recall the name. Oh, that's so sweet though. So yeah, with the situation, the guidance for you, Green, the guidance for you, literally what Astot said. Okay, 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 okay. We'll see how I feel after I finish Chaley and Green Star. Like I'll ask the guides if they're still open to sharing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Stick around. Stick around. We've only got like two more people doing this reading. Then I've got the next two people. And then I'll see the space. The guides feel like it's free flowing tonight. So yeah, you might be able to. Stick around. Be present though, because it might just like fly by. So the guidance for you, my lovely Green, with this situation is to be assertive in the next few weeks. Like meditate on the answers, right? So put the script out there, set the scene, set the stage, right? Like organize the whole thing in your mind's eye. Go through the visualizing process, like collect yourself and collect your nerves, because I know that they make you nervous. I can tell that they make you really nervous, like your heart's on overtime when they're present and stuff, and you want to present like your best, most coolest, most calm and suave self, right? But um all good, love, all good, just stick around. Yeah, just kind of like really define, okay, in your mind how you want to like set that scene, and then go for it. Like go for it. That's what their advice is. Like within the next 3 to 5 weeks, I'm getting within the next 3 to 5 weeks, like start being a little bit more, you know, start being a little bit more expressive and assertive with the situation. No, you guys are funny. You guys are funny. But yeah, did you get the memo there, Green? Right? Act on the situation within the next 3 to 5 weeks. Be assertive. That's the guide on this situation, because they like this person for you. And this person actually like you also yeah, they also have a bit of an attraction to you as well. Yeah, they also have a bit of an attraction for you as well. Be assertive in the next few weeks, and you'll be able to kind of like see how things may pan out with the situation. Okay. I hope that that was useful for you. Yep. You're definitely going to get some clarity. I don't think that they're all the way sure about you. I think that that's the situation as well. They're not all the way sure about how they feel towards you, but I think that there's an attraction there at the minute. And those are some of the things that are going to be getting clarified over the course of the next few weeks. I think that that's why they're asking with the situation. Okay. Definitely make sure that you act on those impulses, okay, within the next few weeks, and be assertive, and you'll be able to kind of like see how things play out. Okay. Okay. Oh, thank you, Green. Thank you. Yes, Shaylee. Okay. Let me see if I can find. Okay, Shamil, can I get some assistance in finding Katie and Shaylee's? Yeah, that was Shaylee. Oh. Okay. There we go. There we go. We've got Shaylee's question, y'all. Is my heart going to hurt forever? Why does Alex keep shoving me out? Has he ever loved me? Is he dating someone? Dang, Chaylene, there's so many questions in there. You gave me like half the questions in one. But I love how you like put it all like in the one little, you know. Oh, that is too funny. That is that's how my thoughts work as well. There's like 100 all at once, just like they're always trying to get like all the attention. Yeah. Oh, I love that. I love it. I love it. Okay, so I'm going to answer a couple of the aspects of the question, and I'm going to go to the cards for some other stuff. As far as the heart hurting forever, um, my honest answer to you is yes. Just because they did make like a really, really deep impression. So it really. Okay. So you just want an update on the situation. We're gonna sort of like go into this space. The shoving you out situation, that will happen. We're in a Mars retrograde at the minute. Snap. It's just kind of teaching us about like all is fair in love and war, basically. That's the conversation. Venus is having a conversation of love. Mars is having a conversation of war. And then Mars is having to like go back and like look at like all the destruction that he's created in the past, right? With like all of this like Iron Man's masculine energy that Mars was like, putting across to Venus, and Venus was like, you know what I mean? Oh, dude. Yep, that'll do it. That'll do it. Yeah, I can almost say I'm used to it. Yeah. The runner chaser dynamic, right? Can be like really, really intense. Hey, Queen Libra. We've had, I'm navigating through the same thing with my with my twin. We've had a few like I'm like, oh, I'm like so happy to like see you and meet up with you in this life. Like it's been so long, I miss you. But then, yeah, I had to wait for them to wake up. Is he still asleep? And let me ask you that. Like, is he still asleep? What's the situation? Because that makes like once the two actually wakes up, then the recovery like really, really begins. Otherwise, like it's just playing out the past life sequences and karmas, right? Sometimes it's the best thing in some instances. Sometimes that's the way that the story is designed for that lifetime, basically, so that they can catch up again in the next life or whatever life. Yeah, that part. He admitted to me that he knows that we have a soul tie. Okay. So he's aware. He can feel you in his dome. He can feel you back there in the subconscious. He's like, oh, she's psychically attached to me. What's going on? Yeah, that part, right? He's fighting it. I think it's like because he probably feels like, exposed. Feels like being exposed. Yep, exactly. Yep, that part. Ding, 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 ding. That's it, right? That part right there. Queen Libra, hey my love. We've closed out the space. I think we've got Rachel next after Green Star. And even then, I'm kind of like seeing how the guides feel. So I don't know if the guides like still want to be able to continue. You can stick around. I'm not sure, to be honest. We've got 2 people after this reading that I'm doing. Okay, that was a long time ago. He didn't. Astar's funny. Green Star, yes. He didn't get from my family. That's why. Yeah, that's okay. So how do you see the situation playing out with Chaley and Alex? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Sorry, because if I kept reading the comments, I was going to be like hung up on comments the whole time, y'all. The whole time. Okay. Okay. To hold that thought. Oh, sorry. I'm taking it all in. Okay. 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 So because you guys are like in all good, Queen Libra, all good. Because you guys are like in this like runner chaser dynamics, right? He'll be back. He'll be back. I'll say that much. He'll be back. For sure, for sure. But the thing is, right? Your approach has got to be different as well, being the one awake in the situation as you guys are navigating through this. Because see, this is the thing for me in this life. This is like one of my first lives being the one that's awake. Because usually my partner, my twin flame, is usually the one that's awake. So that's why he's so asleep in this life, because he's like, karma has to balance itself. But you have to be tactile, because triggering the demons is going to cause him to run. That's naturally it, because he doesn't necessarily like have the tools per se to be able to navigate through those demons when they show up, right? So firstly, it's kind of like equipping him. Firstly, equip him. Take some mental notes, write some of this down, whatever you need to do, because they're letting me know, like, when he comes back, things has to be different. Like, there's going to be a complete renewal. There's going to be opportunity for a complete renewal, but it actually has to be a renewal. Like, it actually has to be a renewal of the way in which things are being done, right? You're all great for being able to trigger the demons, because obviously he needs to purge from those things to bring you guys closer together, so that don't laugh at his demons. I can't lie, I'm the same. It must be a Pisces thing, I'm telling you. And also, I laugh at awkward moments, and like sometimes for me it's awkward because I'm seeing the demon and the humans just having like their human experience, like my partner's just having like their human experience. I'm laughing at the demon. I'm like, such an idiot. But no, you can't do that. You can't do it. Well, you can, but only if he's laughing too. Okay, that's only acceptable if he is laughing too. If he's not laughing, then you gotta do an inside laugh, girl. You gotta do an inside laugh. So what's gotta change? What's gotta change is that you gotta like. They're saying to me, oh, that's deep. One of his came to me the second night I slept in his house. Oh wow, she was nasty. Yep, yep, yep. That part. That part, man, I'm telling you. And this is the thing. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, what can you do when he's got like these nasty little spirits just attached, feeding off his energy, depleting his own energy, man? I'm sorry, I'm thinking about some demons that I see myself that I laugh about, and it's tickling me all over again because some of them are funny. Oh, oh, dude. This one time I went to go and do practically like an exorcism on like this one sister that was like she done some deliverance and the demons attached themselves to her during the deliverance. And it was like the demon was laughing at me when I came in. The demon was like, "What's she doing here? What's she gonna do?" Mind you, he didn't have shit to say at the end of that session because his ass wasn't around afterwards. But it was nice to know that they have humor too. Okay, man was laughing at me, you know. But then I found the demon. I found him in a neural pathways. I knew what room he was hiding in her mind, and where he was like subconsciously just causing some emotional stress. But yeah, these demons are funny, man. They can be funny. So another thing, right? You gotta covertly train him, my love. You gotta covertly train him. He doesn't know. If you're the one that's awake, in this timeline, I came to an agreement with my demons a very long time ago. Yeah, me. Listen, me too. My demons show up whenever I'm in a place where like they feel like I'm being too nice. They're like, no, being nice isn't gonna cut it. You need to be able to like get what you want. So then they activate my ego, right? And then it's like I dance with that for a little bit, and then I come down from it, and I'm like, oh, well, what do I learn? What did I learn about myself from them? And then I learned some new stuff about my ego and how it perceives itself. So that's always interesting, right? Yeah. But then whenever my demons show up at this point as well, like I don't even like feel bad about it no more. I used to. I feel like, oh, why did I do that? And then I go into like deeper contracts with like more demons because I'm guilty, right? But then no, like no. After a while, I started to learn like when the demons started to vocalize to me and they started to plead their case, they were like, this is what this person did, this is what they did to not only you, but they're doing it to other people, this, that, and the other. Like they're there as like my primitive instincts to be able to like back myself and defend myself. I don't lock them away. Exactly, girl. Spud. Like literally we learn from each other. They teach me when I'm being too meek as well. Do you see what I'm saying? They're like, that's not the one for it. They're like, that person don't deserve that, you. Okay. If anything, dial the scales back a bit, okay, so that they can get this version of you, because this is the version of you that they are able to like engage with in a healthy way. That other version, they'll rip that shit up. His demons know not to screw with. Same thing here, but see, this is the thing. Because the demons are shook of you, they're going to keep pulling him away. Do you see what I'm saying? Because I literally have to like put this out a lot of the times, even in my twin flame situation, where I'm like, yeah, they're causing you to run because they don't want me to work on them, because then you'll be free of certain contracts. But if you train him instead so that he can amend the dynamics, I guess, like set boundaries in place, basically set boundaries in place in the sense of being able to like not necessarily like let these triggers just kind of like rule him or cause him to run off to go and nurse. Like let him know that it's a safe enough place for him to be able to like nurse himself or nurse those wounds and dress those wounds like in your presence as well, so that the demons don't necessarily have as much control and as much hold of him as they do now, basically, so that like, because the scales aren't necessarily balanced per se. As much as they're shook of you, he's still shook of them, if that makes sense, in terms of actually like dealing with a lot of these things, these traumas that they're still feeding off in the back of his subconscious. Do you know what I mean? Well, there you go. He's still suppressing, because alcoholism is, it's just a symptom, really. It's like the symptoms that's being exhibited based on the trauma that's being internalized. So really, like, go deeper with him. Go deep with him. Really, really like allow for it to be like a safe enough place where he knows that even if you aren't necessarily too fond of his demons, you love him. And that's the focus in this space. Do you see what I'm saying? Because I think sometimes, like in this space, I think he feels like the focus is so much on him being able to kind of like be cleared from these things. It's not necessarily like, yeah, it's not necessarily the space where he feels like him coming as himself. No, I know you guys. Yeah, I know you guys have gone deep, but I mean, like, because I got that word when they were sort of like speaking to me on the situation. But when I say go deep, I mean like, so I'm going to give it to you in context in terms of what they're saying. Like, not just about him like sharing the things that he's kind of like going through and stuff like that, but like really like allowing him, like helping him with tools to be able to navigate through certain situations. Like, and this is the thing, he's not going to get it straight away, because they're telling me that you have also done that, and I know that you have. He's not going to get it straight away, but there are things that you can be doing. Sorry, I'm like, my clairsentient ability is like activating at the minute, so I'm sensing information. But yeah, like, oh, if this were me, or if I was in this situation, this is how I'd handle that situation if that was me. So it's like planting little seeds to kind of like get his mind thinking, because you have to bear in mind, like, his neural pathway, right? I honestly think he has opened up to me about stuff, and he never will with anyone else. Absolutely. Okay. I don't want you to be defensive in me saying this, because I'm not saying that he hasn't gone deep with you. I'm not saying that he hasn't been honest with you. I'm not saying any of those things. By me indirectly not saying those things doesn't mean that that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you is, my love, what they're trying to articulate with the situation is that when he goes deep and he bears himself, I know, Jaylee. That's how I feel as well. I'm like, shit, can he just finish up his own assignments on his own? Like, I'm over here trying to get my assignments done. But no, unfortunately, that's not the way it works. So the one who is awake has majority of the responsibility. That's just the way that it goes. Because you're awake, that means that you have to basically conquer your demons whilst assisting him in figuring out how to fight his own. Basically. No, I don't think you are. I think you're giving me like the dynamics of the situation, the gist of the situation. I have to go that deep with it to be able to say, I know that you've done well, because they're showing me times where you've like, he's literally bared his soul. Like, the alcoholic has bared itself to you. Like, that alcoholic spirit has bared itself to you to let you know, right? Why it's kind of like got him in this lock and got him in this grip. So I definitely, he is where I was 10 years ago. Yeah, see, this is the thing, Cheney. Like, that's why you have the key. Do you see what I'm saying? Because that's the thing. When I'm like, but why can't he just do it himself? I got my own shit to do with. It's like, who else is going to do it? You're like, hello. Like, you're the only one that has those cheat codes. Hello. So you've got his cheat codes, my love. So you're the only one that can deliver those things. You're absolutely right with that. I think that he definitely needs and requires specifically you to be able to deliver these things and put some of these demons in check. Because again, because you see them in the way that you see them as well, that makes it it makes it even better. Do you see what I'm saying? It makes it even better to be able to educate him. So this is the thing that you have to do, because you can't unravel these contracts with these demons. Unfortunately, it's just the way that it works. You know, he has to be able to unravel his own contracts with these demons. So what you can best do is when you see them, how old is he? Sorry, let me just understand as well where he's at in terms of his spiritual walk as well. Because I see that you've done a lot of work with him. It's just like some of the seeds that you've planted, they're still like learning. He's still learning how to nurture those. Yes, I know. That's because like these, listen, like there are seeds that you've planted that are basically uprooting certain demons, but it's taking time. It's taking time, right? There you go, girl. I was about to say, praise Jesus, hallelujah. Listen, I'm gonna go into like so many religions throughout the process of this. I already told y'all, okay, I just love God. Yes, I did take my Shahada. Yes, I am Christian. I do consider myself Buddhist. I am a spiritualist. Hell, I was a Jew in a past life, so I am all of the above, okay? Don't watch that. Listen. So he is, yes, beautiful. Yes, I am a polytheist. Okay. I literally, I really do just love God. I'm like, this is how I want to experience you today, God. No, this is how I want to do it today. Okay, so he's going through a turning point, right? He's going through a turning point. Oh, KT, you missed your turn time ago, girl. You missed your time ago. I guess so. I guess we'll take donations. Dang. I'm like in here, like it's like almost 1 a.m, but I'm still going. I'm just a trainee. No, I know what you mean. Because I kind of like have the same conversations. But honestly, so in your deliberations before coming into this life, if you decided that you are going to be the one that's awake, unfortunately, it's a part of the job, it's a part of the assignment. So yeah. What I will say as well, keep doing the stuff that you do as well. Like send him good energy, send him good vibes. Try like with disconnecting some of these sort of like entities as well. And like really just, so what I do sometimes, what I do with my twin sometimes, like he's so good, like even now he's at the point where he plays like psychic games and people are always like, oh my God, you're so good. That's because I'm always sending him thoughts and downloads and shit. But send him thoughts, right? Send him thoughts of like who you see his potential as, like his future version of himself, like basically like allow for him to see that exactly you would do anything for him, and it's because you do anything for him, that's why you're experiencing all of these stagnancies, because it's the same, like the love is so big, it can withstand so much. That's what it is, right? So what to do in that dynamic, really continue to like send a lot of these these thought processes forward. It hurts so badly when he goes to block me. I know, but again, like he's also like giving you an opportunity to be able to kind of like, see where, for instance, your abandonment wounds are when they start to flare up, and see if like the abandonment demon starts to kind of like get to a place where it wants to go out and start like abandoning people and picking up relationships just to drop them so that it can feel better about itself. Like it's showing you where you're at in terms of your own walk at the minute. It's also showing you where he's at in terms of his own heartache at the minute as well. Right. And I hear you on that. Like literally physically hurts because he's wedged like so deep into the like every fiber of your being. Right. I fully get it. Like I fully get it. Beautiful. Send him some thoughts, like send him some downloads. Let him see his future self. Let him see his ability, his potential. have conversations with him as well about like some of these things, because he's going to come back. It's just that obviously you guys have become like used to the runner chaser dynamic. It's become like the norm, I guess, because there were wounds that hadn't necessarily been addressed when you guys first aligned, right? So abandonment wounds generally like manifest as runner chaser dynamics in relationships a lot of the times. So I literally lost everyone and I've never been so alone. I have faced my abandonment issues. There is still work to be done there. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's like when your abandonment flares up, because sometimes like I hear the 3-year-old girl that basically like first experienced abandonment when her dad started to travel, and I developed like an eating disorder. I stopped eating basically, and you know when that happens, people force you to eat because you're 3 and you don't know how to articulate, Mom, Dad, I'm actually depressed. My dad has left because he's traveling and he's not around. My relationship with my mom was very abstract and weird. Yeah, that part. Are you pregnant? I'm not sensing I'm not sensing anything right now. What they're showing me is that this is more likely something that you're preempting because it's close, right? It's close. You're within the window. You're within the window where your spirit baby is due to come soon. I'm not getting it right now. No, I'm not getting it right now. Yeah, I'm not getting it right now being pregnant. But yeah, the spirit baby is due to come through soonish. I think when y'all, the thing is as well, right? Oh shit. Okay. So what I'm seeing with the situation as well, right? Yeah. 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 He needs to clean up. He needs to clean up with the alcoholism. The child that's coming in, their destiny isn't to have contracts with that spirit. That spirit needs to have already been amended by the time that the child, I don't want to say gets here, because I think there's still going to be some adjustment periods, even like the first 2 to 3 years, maybe 4 years of the child's like first like existence, with Alex being able to navigate through his contracts with the spirit of alcoholism. But he's going to be at a different place. Yeah, he's going to be. Yes, I have a girl who has been waiting for a very long time, beautiful, very long time. She just has like certain things that she needs to sort of like get into place. And this is the thing, like her love for her dad is beautiful, right? It's beautiful, but he has to resolve some of his own issues, like with this, like, okay, so once the alcoholism, don't worry about time, girl. Okay, don't worry about time. I literally, I was over there like the other day having a conversation with God, and I'm like, I'm already 32, man. Would you want me to wait another 2-3 years? I don't even know if I want it. Like maybe in 2 years I might change my mind again. You sure? But look, and I get that. Listen, God, the way that God is going to bless you, the timing won't even matter, right? You're a young soul, right? A young soul. When I say young, I mean a young spirited soul, right? A very old soul, young spirited soul. So, oh yeah, she loves her daddy. She loves her daddy. Listen, she loves her dad. Like her dad's her everything. Like, and she's the reason that he's able to conquer his contracts with the spirit of alcoholism, right? He struggles with it. He does try. He does try, like especially in her first few early years. Like it's a battle back and forth. It's a battle like completely back and forth. Hey, M22. But yeah, he does get to a point where he's able to kind of like win the battle in the sense that he's able to moderate his drinking, and he's able to kind of like get better at handling and managing the habit. And he does like sober for a good little period of time, which is what puts him in that direction to be able to balance his relationship with the alcohol, right? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry to hear. Oh, yeah, there were quite a few deaths during the Taurus full moon eclipse last before we had this Sagittarius new moon. Was it during the Taurus full moon eclipse? Like that eclipse season, I know like 2 or 3 people that had like passings as well. Skylar saved my life. I got sober the day I found out I was pregnant and stayed sober through his passing away, and all of it for 6 years. Oh, bless. Because it was a promise that I made. That's what's up. That's what's up. Oh, I'm gonna say some prayers for you, M22. Thank you for sharing with us. Can we have a moment of silence? Is that okay? Do you guys mind? Just to kind of like have a little, yeah. On your behalf, M22. Thank you for sharing. Um, yeah. Definitely big and interesting. Oh, you take care as well, my love. You take care as well. Definitely going to put some prayers out there for your mum's transition, and hope that she arrives, rested in her transition and ascension. Okay. Oh, good. Whew. Yeah, Choli. Just to sort of like close out the space. Yeah, she comes and it happens. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know the timing, you would have preferred like a different timing. But when I really sort of like, even for myself, I think to myself, did I really want it then? I don't think I did per se. I think I would have adapted to it, but I don't know if I really wanted it then. So yeah. Oh, I think they've left already. Chaley. I think they've left already. Oh, M22. I don't think they're here anymore. But yeah, there's definitely. Oh, my foot's itching. Sorry. There's definitely sort of a rekindling of the relationship. Don't worry about it. Okay. When Alex comes back, you guys have to do things a little bit differently. Okay, just a little bit differently, like the way that you engage with the situation. That has to be able to kind of like shift just a few degrees. Literally, they're showing me like about 7 degrees to be precise, about 7 degrees in perspective. It needs to shift so that he can also be able to kind of like awaken. I do think that he goes through a process around about 32. Yeah, I think you're the closest thing he's come to love. Like That's the best way that I can put it. I feel like you're the closest thing that he's come to love so far. I think that he hasn't ever really sort of like let people get too close to really even sort of like get to that point. But yeah, I think love. I'll say this much: his love isn't the healthiest love, but he loves you in his own way. Okay, because I look at his love and it's actually very toxic and has a lot of unhealthy attachments. I can see like different pieces where the unhealthy attachments attached to this love, but it's love in the way that he sees love. Okay, but I hope that that was useful for you, my love. We're gonna go and see. Okay, we've got Green Star, and then Green Star. That's what's up. That's what's up. I see a picture of him having that masculine and harsh image and tough, but when you're together, he's literally like that. Literally like that. Oh, yeah. No, thank you. Thank you. He's got a lot that's there. The thing about, so what happens, like demons start to manifest from the unloved places in ourselves. That's the gag. Like we're like, oh, demon, but that's where they manifest, from the unloved places within ourselves. So we have to kind of like compensate, if you will, for those unloved places for the person to actually really be able to kind of heal. So just do things differently, like be a little bit, yeah, I know he misses you too. He's kind of like drowning his sorrows and like suppressing a lot of his feelings, but yeah. Ooh. Oh, that was a good one. Okay, Green Star, what have we got? This has probably been one of my longest readings yet, actually. What's your question? Tell me what's your question. Sorry, I'm thinking of Craig David, What's Your Flavor, in my mind. I do stuff like that all the time. I'll just change things around to how I'm feeling in the moment. It makes sense if we're the same, which we are, and he doesn't love himself, then how could I expect for him to love? Well, he loves you in the best way that he can. That's why I said that, like, it's his version of love, because I don't think that he was taught the healthiest way to love in the first place, and I think that that's why you're experiencing a lot of these distortions of his version of love as well. All good, beautiful, all good. I am gonna go on to Green Star. Green Star, can you drop a question? Oh, I like that. Chances are you may be depressed because you have a hex or a spell on you, and I want to put this across to you. Do you know what? Let me break this down to you. Right? Because of where we're at right now in terms of manifesting and the abilities, when it comes to manifesting at the minute, like little things are causing like really bad spells. Like, I believe that you may be experiencing depression because somebody else's energy, they're projecting a lot of negativity towards you. Sorry, I don't even need the cards for it. I'm sorry. They're literally, yeah. There's a situation because the veil's like really thin right now. So people, I spoke to you guys earlier. I don't know if you were even here to sort of like hear Green Star, but I had a friend who basically probably assumed WhatsApp situation. I changed my number on WhatsApp. They thought probably that I was ignoring them because their messages weren't necessarily being delivered because I changed my number and they were messaging from the old number. And then they blocked me by the time I came around to messaging them because they had thought that I had blocked them. And because they had blocked me, that their negative energy has been like affecting so many different areas of my life. And I've been pleading like, I'm being accused of the wrong crime. My crime in essence was neglect, not abandonment. I never abandoned you. I neglected to communicate effectively to say, look, I'm going to be changing the number over now. But they had both the numbers, so I didn't feel like it mattered. You see what I'm saying? So I'm saying that to you to think about anyone that you may have intentionally or unintentionally caused and upset you, because these things are manifesting at the minute. And then basically it's like prices to pay. Obviously God's here for all of his kids, you know, all of his like billions of children. And because God has to obviously like adhere to, you know, making sure that he nurtures and supports all of his children, like if there's somebody that you have somehow caused something intentionally or unintentionally, the energy, like that's what we're dealing with right now in terms of like, again, I keep going back onto this Mars retrograde energy, but a lot of the old wars that are basically unfinished, so unresolved issues, are still playing out at the minute, right? And we are dealing with the energetic offset of that. So listen, if there's anyone that you know is still carrying bad feelings towards you, ill feelings towards you, put prayers and seals of protection for yourself, around yourself, to be able to navigate through it, because literally something that I didn't even intend to do is affecting my finances. It's affecting, like, there it's literal, because you never know what a person's heart wants for you. Do you see what I'm saying? And it hurt people, okay? And it's, you don't know how deeply hurt they may be, to the point they're asking God to punish you in that way, because that's what's going to heal and relieve them of their pain. And also, if you are in relationship with somebody who basically is so toxic, whenever they're hurt, they just want to fuck the whole shit up, pardon my French, know that you are not the exception to that rule. You're not the exception to that rule. Like, they are going to be hurting you karmically just as bad as they have been inclined to hurt other people as well. Okay, so bear that in mind. But I do think that you're experiencing some depression. But I'll tell you something as well, right? Again, because these spirits, like for me, whenever my demons show up, they're teaching me something. So depression is teaching you about things that are causing you to feel pressured at the minute. Identify what the things are that's basically causing you to feel depressed. Figure out if and what you can do about those things, because some things we're not supposed to do anything about, because they're actually already sorting themselves out, and we're just in a process of actually letting that unravel itself, right? And then what I would say with the situation as well, with the depression, because depression literally only shows up when you're under pressure. Basically, it's like when you're being made into like a diamond, you're about to go through an ascension pretty much, but you're kind of like being pressured. So it's kind of like new seeds that God's planting inside of you is kind of like got you in this dark place where you feel like you, as that seed, is like experiencing so many darkness and you're under so much pressure. But that's because you're about to have a growth spout, right? God's about to like take you to the next level, girl. Okay, plant a new seed and let that seed execute, right, and blossom, bloom, all that good stuff. So as you're navigating through the process, like, just know that the depression is actually like an ascension point that's coming after this. It's just that you're going through the depression to be able to identify with you what are the things that are no longer serving you for where God's trying to take you in this next phase of self that you're about to evolve into. Then also, it's showing you that all of the areas where you're burnt out, where you are not necessarily pouring into yourself, because that's again another indication where depression's like, when depression shows up, right, and depression's like, oh, you know, I'm depressed about this, I'm not where I want to be. What can you do to help yourself get to where you're trying to be, so that depression can feel a little bit less like its voice is invalid and doesn't mean anything, right? Because depression is going to keep rotating itself on a pattern and a cycle habitually, if you aren't necessarily doing or executing the thing. So it's like depression's having a conversation with you and you keep letting depression have the same conversation with you over and over and over again. There isn't necessarily the right layers and levels of execution to be able to allow for depression to be like, okay, I see you doing some shit. I see you doing some shit. I feel a little better. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's the thing. Anything you find yourself getting depressed about, get in front of it, so that when depression shows up again, to check back in, to find some shit to like keep you on low vibrations about, you could be like, nah, I got that shit together. What you say now? You see what I'm saying? Because that's how I work with my demons. Okay, because that's what they're supposed to do. They are the necessary evil to help you level up. We're just so engrossed in this reality or concept that, you know, only good should exist. Well, good cannot exist if bad did not persist. Okay, so this negative and like the depression is really just there to show you the areas that you still need to grow in, and God is asking you to plant seeds in those areas within yourself. Pour water on those seeds by nurturing those seeds within yourself so that you can elevate to the next level, because God's trying to take you there, but he needs depression to come in and let you know where you've fallen short so that he can get you to that next place. Okay, and also he needs to get you like feeling low enough to be desperate enough to actually do the work that is going to take to get to the next level, because sometimes, you know, we want to be comfortable, and being comfortable may not require much work at all, and it keeps us stuck and stagnant at the same place. But God wants to take us to the next level, right? And the next level requires like work. So he's gonna like tighten us, you know, like make it tight, suffocate till you can't breathe, and then you feel like you want to get out of there. Okay, that part. I'm sorry. I frequent depression. Oh, thank you, beautiful. No, thank you. Listen, I frequent depression. I've been navigating through depression for years, like literally since I was 3, and I never had the words to articulate what I was going through, but depression's always helped me, right? It's always helped me to like prepare myself for the next level up that God's about to like prepare me for, like the next vision that God has in mind for me, so that my human can then position itself to be ready for that. Do you see what I'm saying? Like that's what's going on. This is like some of the stuff that you're navigating through. I'm just in tears because you're so on point. That's why I don't talk much. No, you're good, beautiful. You're good. That's why I'm like literally trying to get out as much information as I can as possible to really be able to kind of like let as much of this stuff flow through. Because trust me, yeah, like how are you with like suicidal thoughts as well? Because whenever depression's around, like the suicide demon, he's a bit of a cloud chaser. He just runs and jumps on anything. He jumps on any deck. I'm sorry, like pardon my French, but it's the truth. Like it's such a cloud chaser. How are you with like the suicide demon? Because I know that when depression's lurking, the suicide demon loves to think, just kind of like just loves to come in there and like peek his little head in ever. They can't ever take that path. That's 100%. We all have to fight to keep our kind hearts. 100%, man. 100%. I mean, I thought about it, but I never did. There you go. Listen, and whenever the thought comes up, like just know that that's basically projections of the suicide demon. And tell him a message from me. He's a cloud chaser, okay? Like, you're stronger than that. He needs to, like, yeah. People are waking up to his little ploy. Just jumps on anything. Like, as soon as he sees someone that's, like, low and feeling like it's too much or life's too much, they're like, need some help? So annoying. He's so annoying. I'm sorry. I'm like, he's one of the demons. Like, me and him have some quabbles. Because I'm like, go away already. Like, no, that's not the option. That is not the option. Okay. But yeah, just keep that in mind. Like, even with these thoughts of depression, like, so depression is like, it's the emotion that you're feeling, right? But within it, there's like all of these amazing gems that God's going to use to be able to like allow for you to just like move to that next level in life. I don't even know like how else to keep putting it across to you, but genuinely, like whenever depression shows up for me, depression basically just lets me know places in my life that I'm not necessarily happy with just yet, and what I can do to actually be happy about them. What is something, a small change that I can do to make myself feel better about the situation that I'm navigating through. And then when I do it, I'm like, oh, thank you, depression. I didn't realize that I actually needed that, but that was good timing. Do you know what I mean? And then it becomes more of a team effort rather than me fighting against depression. And depression's like, hey, God sent me on a job. I need to get my assignment in so that I can move through this and move past you and get on. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's actually like a two-way street, because like it's like how like these spirits and all of these things, like everything's on a leash. Do you see what I'm saying? Like everything only moves unless God says so. So when depression shows up, it's like God's like, yeah, go and get her ready for me. Do you see what I'm saying? Like sometimes when depression shows up and I feel myself going into depression low key, right? And it's so funny because it's so cheesy. I'm like, I lay there and I'm like, oh my God, I'm so depressed. What's going on in my life? And then I'm like, I'm so excited for what's about to come because God's about to do something awesome. I get like that and then I go back into the depression. So I let the depression I sit and let it like pass through, right? Because I need to, because depression's here to obviously like teach me things, right? But at the same time, you know that you're about to get like a level up, like it's gonna be better than your now level, you know? And then I go back into and seem depressed. Like, drama. You see what I'm saying? No, really, like I'm literally, it's funny because I was like, I had moments of depression. It was so funny because of that I told you about that situation with a friend, right? So like that situation is like I'm paying the price of my crime, which was neglect, but I'm being accused of the crime of abandonment, which comes at a bigger price. So I'm gonna have to speak to somebody about these dividends because the investment, you know. But yeah, I'm saying all of that to say like the perspective on it is like, yeah, the perspective on it is depression really is like, it's an aid and it's actually an agent. Even anger, these things are like, these are our primitive nature. So these things are activating instinct, and instinct is ruled and governed essentially by God's will, right? So literally when I'm not saying you got to do it like me, girl. Okay, I'm not saying you got to be like, I feel so depressed. What's going on? This is how I feel, you know. And then like, oh yes, God, this is so good. Like that's just me, because I feel like whenever depression shows up, it lets me know that my level up is literally closer than I think. When I'm not depressed, I'm like, oh shit stagnant. I'm at the same level. Do you understand? Like when you're not experiencing those levels of pressures, it means you're in your comfort zone. So when spirits like anger, anxiety, depression shows up, like it means that your stress levels are high. Yes, definitely. You know, the cortisol's been spiked. However, you're about to ascend into a whole nother level. And that's always bomb, okay? Always. So yeah. Sorry if that was long. I appreciate you guys. Rachel, if you're still here, the guide said yes. They said they're okay to answer your question. So if you want to throw that out there, I'll pop that up on the screen. But I hope that was useful for you, Green Star. Because I feel like I was like, because sometimes I go like 100 miles an hour and I go on like tons of different tangents. So I hope that you were able to keep up. But yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay. That's what's up. That's what's up, you guys. It's all good, Green Star. Thank you, man. Thank you for like posing the question, because I feel like that one right there, sometimes depression, like sometimes we lean, or sometimes I find that we're so scared to lean into depression. That's what keeps us looping on depression. That's the gag. And the thing is, in order to get over it, we kind of have to go through it. Do you know what I mean? We actually have to like sit in it and find out what depression's like telling us that we're unhappy about in life, and figure out if we want to fix those things. That's been pretty much my whole life. Yep. That part. That's what I'm saying. I got into contracts with depression when I was 3, and I've been navigating it since then. Okay. So I fully hear you guys. I fully. Right, guys. Rachel wants to know, how is Mike feeling without her being around? Okay, we want to start there. How's Mike feeling without Rachel being around at the minute? Like, what's the vibe? Oh, it's a whole story. Damn, no wonder they think like I've literally got like half the deck. I don't even know if I've got like enough room for this, but okay. When I say room, I mean like actual table space, because yeah, there's so many cards. You're gonna have to let me sit with this so I can really see what the guides are trying to say with this. Oh, interesting. Interesting. 100%, 100. I'm gonna do like a whole little series next year. I'm gonna like get some stuff together as far as like navigating through some of these things, because different demons like serve different purposes, and depression's like so good. Like literally, when I finished up my little because I kept saying to my partner, I was like, yeah, I'm navigating through depression. You can't tell because I'm not like projecting it at you, but it's happening. It's an internal thing. I'm observing it at the minute, which means I've got it under control. But it's teaching me a lot about some of the things that I'm really not happy with, and I'm gonna have to do something about that. So yeah. That's what happens. I would love to moderate for you, Sandra. Honestly, I say this every week because I use StreamYard to do the streaming. Clearly, you guys can see powered by StreamYard there. I wish I had some shame, but I don't. I'm grateful for StreamYard, and I wanted to be able to put its branding. Yeah, I need to figure out how to do it on the YouTube situation, and then just start doing my lives on YouTube actually. And then you guys can actually moderate, because yeah. Oh, dude. So Rachel, I'm gonna have a look at your situation because it was a whole thing. It was a whole thing where I was like, damn, it's like a whole story. Okay, let me just sit with it and see. Let me bring the question up as well onto the screen. Did I go too far back? I'm sure I did go too far back, didn't I? There we go. Right. So Mike Aries feeling without. Okay. Interesting. I'm going to be honest with you, my love. I'm going to be honest with you. They are kind of like trying to live their best life sequence in terms of the situation. So they're at like, this has been taken in stages. They at one point they used to be like a little bit insecure with the situation. They would feel a little bit like this is a codependent situation that they needed to kind of like be in and be around you, because it's like they kind of felt like they lost. That's okay, Kay. That's okay. We'll see you. Yeah. So you just click on me in the comments and you promote. Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up. I love that. Um, back to the situation. Oh no, it's not. It's not. Because I'm on StreamYard, I don't think I can do that on the StreamYard situation. So I have to do it on the YouTube. But I will. I will. I'll do that on YouTube. That's what's up. Thank you for that. Thank you. Because I've been praying for the answer. I haven't like been actively seeking it, but I've put it out there a few times when I've come into the space. Like, yeah, guys, I'm gonna get it sorted. But I haven't actively like looked. So thank you for clarifying. I'm gonna get onto that. I will. I will. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna come back to this live and then on my YouTube see who I'm gonna sort of promote. But thank you for that. I didn't realize. Rachel, with the situation, right? It seems like now, at one point they were feeling like they wanted to sort of like they lost a lot of their identity. It felt like there's a part of themselves that they basically like released or loosened is the way that I'm going to put it. They, because God was loosening their attachment to that ego, that identification of themselves, right? And where God was loosening that identification of themselves, it really kind of like left them feeling like their whole identity just got like yanked and scattered, right? So that was a little bit of a situation for a while. They had to deal with that, they had to process that. But I think as far as like where they are with the situation now, they're now getting stronger. I feel like time without you has allowed for them to be able to see that they can be without you. You sure you're not picking up his ex energy? He's still dealing with that. He is still dealing with that. No, 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 it's not, because this is the cards that they've kind of showed me with the situation. They've asked, did he have a tendency to kind of want to run back to that person? Did they have like a sort of like codependent dynamic? I asked that question because as far as I can see with the situation now, where he's at, I don't feel like he's ready like to just come back into the space and reconcile. I don't think that he's there like that and he just wants to reconcile per se. Okay. This is why. Okay. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. I don't know that he wants to come back into the space. I don't know that he wants to come back into the space and reconcile. I'll tell you why as well, right? Thank you. I was just about to say I don't know where he's at mentally, but he doesn't seem stable. Yeah, he doesn't seem stable mentally. He's got lots of contracts, like lots of contracts with lots of low vibrating spirits, bare demons, fam, bare demons. So with his situation, like I feel like he feels like he'd have to be too stealthy in navigating through the situation, right? So he's like I don't think he wants to come back to the space, if I'm honest with you. I think that this gives him the best opportunity to make himself available for this person, right? To make himself available for this person, kind of like low-key just like hanging on, waiting to be chosen. Oh, does he have siblings? Does he have siblings? Because I feel like this need to be chosen situation actually like stemmed from yes, Mike. Does he have siblings? Because this situation that he's navigating through with this person, He's more in a contract with a demon. He's more in a contract with a demon, to be honest. Yeah. I tell you what, with the situation, right? He's navigating through a situation where he's like, pick me, sibling rivalry. So, um, with her demon, yeah, with her demon. So, what do I mean by that? So, because she's not necessarily like emotionally available, right? He dealt with this with mom. Mom wasn't as emotionally as available as he would have liked for her to be. So, as a side effect of that, he developed a yearning, I guess. How to disconnect that? It simply must be, unfortunately, my love. So what this is an ancestral demon. This is an ancestral demon. And it's for him to basically awaken to the trauma. That's the only way that it gets disconnected, because then right now the entity is feeding subconsciously. He doesn't realize maybe what it is that's causing him to be pulled back or gravitating towards this person. But it's because of the sibling rivalry. Mom wasn't as attentive as he would have liked for her to be, and that has caused a direct subverse effect to the point where he's in this like, oh yeah, he's like latched on, this thing is latched on. um yeah, sorry, I'm like literally thinking, like, how would one like disconnect this situation, because it runs so deep. The only way for it to actually be disconnected when it comes to the, so this is the thing as well, like people are always trying to like, oh, let me take this spirit or this spirit or, some of these spirits are assigned spirits to people. Some of these demons are assigned demons to people as well, because those demons, they're also their guardian angel. And when I say guardian angel, I know that's going to sound hella weird, but demons are fallen angels. So they are their guardian angel that vibrates in the low frequencies of thought. So they kind of like guide them through certain situations and how to navigate through it. And we also have our high ascending angels. We only speak about those because, you know, that's more positive vibes and stuff. But yeah, so the situation that he's navigating through, it's more a case of him awakening to the reality that he's only in this situation because he's asking and begging to be chosen. And technically this person, this ex of his, is actually having a relationship with a very young version of him. Like, I want to say like 4 years old, maybe 3, 4 years old. Do you know the difference between the ages in siblings, between him and his siblings? Just so that, because I'm trying to understand like where they're going with the situation, but I don't think that yeah, she left him, they on bad terms. Yeah. Yeah. I don't necessarily I think that he's kind of like figuring out how to be self-sufficient at the minute. So I don't see him kind of like wanting to come back in anytime soon with the situation. He's kind of like drowning and distracting himself with like just keeping busy at the minute. Not really kind of like having much personal time to really think about how sad he actually is when it comes to situations. So I do think that he would be open to changes, but I don't know that he would be open to doing like relationship straight off the bat. I think he would like be very, very cautious. Very, very cautious. As far as like reconciliation, guys, what do you guys see as far as reconciliation? Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. Right now, it's a no to the reconciliation situation. I think that he's kind of navigating through just kind of, yes, makes sense, very cautious. But how does he view us? It's funny because my ears, how does he see the situation between him and Rachel? Yeah, I think he feels like it's a he feels ready to kind of like persevere with the situation. So he feels ready to kind of like battle it out and actually like move forward with the situation. He seems like he's emotionally calm for the most part, but that's because, again, like I said, he's kind of just keeping himself busy. And he's not necessarily kind of like leaning into his actual feelings on how he feels with the situation. So that's just kind of like where he's at on everything at the minute. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. This is a tricky situation. I don't know if he had the capacity to like be available to you in the first place. So I don't know if he was actually able to kind of like really invest whatever feelings he had into you, because I don't know that there were feelings available for him to invest. So he wants to be with me, but rather keep busy. Is that what it is? I don't know that he wants to. I'm gonna say this to you, Rachel. I think that he is in a position where if he is available, that makes him available, if that makes sense. If he's available, so we can't progress till he heals. Um, I don't know that progression's on the cards for you guys, if I'm honest. I don't know that progression is something that he wants for you guys per se. I think that with the situation that he's kind of navigating through at the minute, I don't think that that's like his vision or focus right now. He's really just kind of numbing himself to everything. So I don't even know if he's even processing his like actually processing his feelings about this breakup. Really, I don't think that any feelings about the situation and the disconnect has been processed. What do you guys see? Reconciliation? Because I'm still sort of getting it's not, that's not the direction for these guys. What do you guys say? And what happens then in terms of reconciliation? Come on, guys. Yeah. Okay. I just have to be honest with you because I don't necessarily see it on the cards for you guys per se. I think that he's in a different place with the situation. I don't know that he had the capacity to let you in the first place, which is why this is the outcome with the situation, right? I think that how can I put it? When he got into things with you, I believe that he wasn't ready, which meant that the connection didn't anchor deep enough to be able to cause a disconnect with the previous situation for him to be able to even make room to have you as the current situation, right? But yeah, I don't think that he's in any rush to come back into the space with the situation. And I don't know that he has any desires to be able to, because I think he still is hopeful about the previous situation, in all honesty. Okay. But I hope that that was useful for you, my love. Sorry I couldn't give you better news, but at least it's honest news, okay? It's better than some of the stuff they got going on TV's news. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Oh, no, thank you guys. Thank you. I'm going to pack up shop. And tonight was a good one. I actually really enjoyed it. It was a long one. This is the longest one I've had yet because I'm like going into 4 hours. I can't believe that I've been talking for 4 hours, but it's hardly shocking, to be honest. But I have to say that I can't believe that. Just so that it feels a little bit better. But I really enjoyed working in the space for you guys tonight. The 4 hours actually flew by for me. I don't know about you guys. I don't know if it felt like I was like really talking you guys' ears off for 4 hours, but it flew by for me. So I appreciate you guys' questions. I appreciated you guys just coming in, being willing to share, and open yourselves up. Okay? On that note, y'all, I am going to love you guys and leave you guys. I think I'm going to be live. Hopefully next week I can do this at maybe Friday because I had to spend some time with the hubby today. I needed to listen, with this Mars retrograde dynamic going on, I want to make sure that I'm not giving any possibilities for anything to kind of come at me. I don't want no demons trying to attack me. So I've been trying to make sure that I bring my best self to the table. Know what I mean? But on that note, guys, I am going to love you guys and leave you guys this Saturday night, technically Sunday morning now, because it's almost 2 a.m., guys. I gave you guys a lot of me tonight. But y'all, was worth it. I felt like it was a good read tonight. See, 4 hours in and I'm still talking. No reading, no nothing. That's too funny. Oh, that's too funny, y'all. Right. I will catch you guys next week at some point, inshallah. Okay. Tara, guys, let me give us a little sign out tune.
The things they said to hold her back, they never seem to leave her head and tend to keep her mind at war. All the things they said to hold her back, they keep her locked inside of all the times when she's been hurt before.
Thank you, JD. You're awesome as well, girl. Honestly, I'm going to go and let my twin flame know that we got confirmation. The universe validates the 2-year timeline that we discussed. So that's what's up. Thank you for being so awesome as well. I'm sending you so much love. Mwah, mwah, mwah. God bless you guys. Tara.